Mohammed-Zadeh, who is an elected member. We have Diana Bristow, who is a public member. We have Kevin Cloutier, he's an elected member. We have Omar Farouk with us today, public member. We have Peggy Judge, public member. Samir Mohera is an elected member. Dorina Reyes is an elected member. Tanya Namaban is an elected member. Rob Vizina is would be an appointed member. No, elected. No, elected member. Elected member. That's right. Henry Wiersma is a public member. Paul Wilk, public member. And for administration, we have Mr. Fazal Khan is our registrar and CEO, with Amy Stein, the deputy registrar and solicitor, and Fiza Assad, our accounting and human resources specialist, will be with us this morning. Carolyn Robertson is our manager of communications and executive office, and our facilitator is Sarah Butson. And regrets we have Elsa Lee, elected member today. So welcome everyone. And I just want to say that the session today can be used for self-directed hours. And I'm now going to do the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that this meeting is taking place on the traditional lands of the Anishbeg people. The Anishbeg include the Odawa, Ojibwe, and Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederation. We are dedicated to honoring Indigenous history and culture and committed to moving forward in the spirit of reconciliation and respect with all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. I come from Irish ancestry, and my parents were born here, and they were both Irish and English. I will endeavor to carry myself with gratitude and humility as I work, learn, and live in this area. And I'll turn it over to Sarah now.
Wonderful. Thank you, Stephen. So just some quick reminders for how the meeting will run today. As folks have something to say, we encourage people to use your virtual hand, which can be found in your reactions button. A reminder for those watching as well that we will be using a consensus tool called the High Five. So when we have a discussion on the table and we are going to be seeing if we have consensus on the issue, we will ask people to show us a fist of 5. A 1 means that you hate it. A 2 or a 3 means that you have some pieces that you need to discuss more. A 4 is that you can live with it. So this is really consensus. Anything above a 4 really means that we have folks on board. A 5 means that you love it. We will also be doing a series of motions, and we will be asking folks to first that and then looking for a seconder and determining who is all in favor, as well as if there is any opposition. And so with that, Stephen, I'm going to pass it back to you to move on to the conflict of interest declaration.
Thank you, Sarah. Now, hopefully everyone has submitted their conflict of interest declaration to Carolyn, as this is a requirement by the ministry college that these have to be done before we conduct the meeting. Are there any, does anyone have any conflict of interest to declare for today's meeting? Not seeing your hand, having any? Okay, then Sarah.
I will leave it to you then, Stephen, to take us through the adoption of the agenda.
Okay. Is there anyone that has any amendments to the agenda?
Mr. Chair, do you mind if I make an amendment to the agenda?
Go ahead, sir.
So just in reviewing the agenda last week, I realized we may need, I would request that we maybe table or move 5.1 till after lunch. Just to allow it to have enough discussion. I think the discussion will take more than the initial time allotted. And we do have a little bit of flex in the afternoon. So I'm requesting we move 5.1 till the end of our public session.
Okay, thank you. We will move that to the end of the session. Any other amendments to the agenda? Okay, not seeing or hearing any, then I would ask for an motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Henry, seconder. Kevin, all in favor? Anyone against? Carries. Okay.
Wonderful. Okay, so we will move on to the minutes of the December 5th and 6th meeting. And Stephen, we will get you to take us through that.
Thank you. Does anyone have any amendments to the minutes of December the 5th, 2022? Not seeing or hearing any. Okay, would someone I'd like to do a motion then to approve the minutes of December the 5th and 6th
I'll make
minutes.
the motion, Derek.
Derek, second.
Tanya,
Tanya, all in favor? Anyone against? Carries.
Okay, and before we move on to the agenda, Robert, I just want to see, did you have a question or was that your motion vote? And you're just muted,
And that was I abstain. I apologize.
abstaining. Okay, thank you, Robert.
I wasn't there.
And you weren't there. Okay, yes, thank you for that rationale for abstaining. Okay, wonderful. So with that, we are going to move on to the board financial report training. And we are going to have Fiza Assad, the Human Resources and Accounting Specialist, take us over that piece. So I will pass to you.
All right, thanks so much, Sarah. I'm just going to have the variance report up here to use as an example while we go through the training, and then we'll be doing the review as the second part of my agenda item. So a little bit of, and just to preface, if there are any questions while I'm speaking, please feel free to throw a hand up, just throw your question out. I'll be happy to answer as best I can. So what is a financial variance report here? Once our board budget has been approved by the board, the college needs some mechanisms by which we monitor our success at implementing the framework. So variance reports are one way to do this by providing a summary of year-to-date revenue and expenses compared to the total annual budget. So in essence, you're receiving a snapshot of the college's finances and financial health at certain points throughout the year. A comparison for the previous year's financials is also provided for the same point in time. So if you look there at column E, we have the actuals at December 31st, 2022, which is the period for this report. Column F, we have the actuals for December 31st, 2021. Columns F and G, which are the actuals for the previous year and the variance from the previous year to the current year, help us identify certain trends that we're seeing. Maybe we've spent a little less one year, maybe we've gone a bit over budget one year, and overall we can look at a big picture that way. Whereas columns H and I provide a variance to the actual budget in dollar amount and a percentage. And this helps us keep an eye on the college's financial health. The variance report is broken down into revenue, board and committee expenses, and operational and administrative expenses. The color coding system that we've implemented here in column I is to highlight the different percentages of variance to give us an indicate as to how the college is trending. If a number is highlighted in green, that means that the college is trending well, that activity is as expected. If the number is highlighted in orange, that means that this may be something we want to keep an eye on. Either it's some unplanned activity, perhaps costs have gone up, but it's something that we have not necessarily budgeted for. So it requires further investigation by our team internally, as well as the executive committee in their capacity as the financial committee. And thorough explanations are always provided in the notes. Anything that is highlighted in red, and thankfully this year we have not had any instance where anything was highlighted in red, but if anything ever is on the report as red, that's a bit of a cause for concern for us, as that may have an effect on the college's overall financial health. And it means that we are trending completely off of budget. So the reason why that would require further investigation is to say, well, is there some activity that's been going on that we haven't planned for? Is this a one-off, or is this something that's going to have a continued impact on revenue or expenses in the next few years? So it's important to note that just because a variance is positive doesn't mean that it's not renewed with the same sort of intensity as every other impact. In general, because we want to stick to a more fiscally conservative budget, we want to make sure that our revenues are always at or above what we've budgeted, and our expenses are at or below what we've budgeted. And this ensures that we've got a little something left over in the end to replenish our reserves going forward, and we're in good financial health. But I've highlighted here a couple of points where revenue may be trending very high in the positive, and you'll notice that it's green. And it's orange. And while it seems like it should be a great news story, we've got a lot more money than expected. This is something to highlight because it's not something that was budgeted for, and we need to assess why we may have budgeted revenue as a little bit less. For example, miscellaneous revenue. Miscellaneous revenue, we did not budget for the last few COVID subsidy payments that we may have been eligible for. There were discipline payments, which were not guaranteed until the actual year. So we've naturally come in a bit higher than what we had budgeted. And the reason why it's flagged as orange instead of as red, for revenue, it's a good thing because it's not detrimental to our financial health, but also because it's not necessarily something that's going to be replicated in future years. This in-depth review we do an in-depth review of all the operations that drive all of these costs, and you get a thorough explanation in the notes. And it's a healthy practice to do, and it encourages our team to find ways to become more efficient and more cost-effective. And it gives insights into what actions we took throughout the year that created positive outcomes, such as moving board and committee meetings to virtual, which allowed for significant cost savings, and how we can replicate certain positive actions in the future. So are there any questions about the variance report overall before we get into the details?
Any questions for Fizza? Okay. Not seeing any hands, Fizza, so
All right, perfect.
I will throw that back to you.
I will just point out that Rob did make a great suggestion where we're going to be including a legend on the actual report going forward with the bit of the color coding system. So it's, if anyone ever forgets what color we're trending, we do follow traffic light rules, but it's always helpful to have a little something there. So for the next few reports, you'll see a little something added. All right, great. So now that we have a bit of an understanding of what the variance report is supposed to show us, let's go into the details and see how we did for the previous year. And of course, I'm going to be coming up with a few more explanations as we go through. So one of the things to note is the variance report is going to be showing the actuals for December 31st, 2022. And these are unaudited numbers currently because we're going through our audit. Once we complete our audit in May, we will be just reviewing the variance reports with our auditor to make sure that all of these numbers match what they have. And if there's any significant deviation or anything that needs to be changed, that is first taken to the financial committee and then mentioned to the board. So for 2022, our total revenue came in at $3,099,953, which is 11% over budget. Overall trending very well. There were a few points to highlight here. For student intern revenue, we also provided a note there that we conservatively estimated student and intern revenue very tightly because at that point we were still looking at what the continued impact of COVID-19 would be on student enrollment and graduating class schedules. And we've also looked at trends as to how that impact has not really been recognized as we've budgeted for 2023. Interest and investment income is highlighted at 47% above budget. That is just because we were very fortunate that our investments performed quite well and income was realized in September and December. Miscellaneous revenue, also 47% over budget. And as I mentioned before, our auditors, while we were budgeting for 2022, had told us that we should not be including any non-guaranteed income into this line, such as those COVID subsidies, which we did not know if we would be eligible for, as well as discipline payments that were not finalized at the point when we were budgeting. So those were not included. However, they were realized throughout the year and they have come into this account. Are there any questions for total revenue before I move to board and committee expenses?
Okay, so let's just pause there for a moment. Questions from folks? Samir, go ahead.
Fiza, really very, very well explained and detailed report. I really love it.
Thanks, Samir.
That color coding system is great. Only worry area as a board member that I'm looking at right now for me is number 5, item number 5. It says revenue in this area looks great. We're 32,000 more than budgeted, but worry for me is we are down almost 17K compared to the last year, and that including the NACOR session March 2022, as they call it. So that is kind of worry person for me, that we increased our capacity to accommodate a lot of students, but the revenue is, I don't see a growth in revenue, or at least this number right now is not audited. So hopefully that is not the case, but that's my concern right now. But I can I'll see this trend going into that, but that's the area that I want to just point it out.
Thank you, Samir. Any comments, Fiza?
Absolutely. So again, not audited. That is just currently what we've received from our end. We can definitely look into this further, Samir, and I can get a more thorough explanation. I think I may be incorrect, and I think we may have had a bit of a additional pay last year that was allocated to 2022, just based on when it was received. It should be in our audit notes. I will just double check that for you and I'll confirm.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Wonderful. Any other questions on this portion of the variance report before we move on? Okay, not seeing any. Go ahead, Fiza.
All right, so board and committee expenses, we had $155,615 of expenditure throughout the year, and that is actually 40% under budget. The reason for this is because we had budgeted for all committees across the board in-person, the capacity for at least one in-person meeting. However, none of the committees had met in person throughout the year. We had one hybrid in-person meeting for the board in October, and we had our 2 hybrid in-person strategic planning days in June. So again, under budget, pretty much across the board. There was some activity, a bit more activity for registration and QA, which is why those numbers, and discipline, sorry, which why those numbers are a bit closer to what the actual budget was. Are there any questions about board and committee expenses before we move forward?
Okay, questions or comments from the board on this portion of the report? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Fiza, go ahead.
All right, and finally going into operations and administration. So we came in at $2,485,041, which is 10% under budget. Overall trending very well, very close to the budget. One of the things I wanted to point out is that, as you'll see throughout the year, the percent is not always going to be trending towards 0. It is going to reflect how much of the year is actually left. So right now, because this report is showing us what the actuals are at the end of the year at December, this is as close as you'll get to what the actual trend looks like. However, for the next report, which is going to be reflecting the March 2023 period, you'll see there's 75% of the year left. So only about 25% of the costs have been realized. So you'll be seeing about a 75% variance on most items. But it's also important to remember that not every cost is incurred evenly throughout the year. Some things are paid upfront in Q1, some things are paid up at the end of the year, such as our bank fees for renewals. So there's a bit of fluctuation. Sometimes if a trend doesn't look like it's following the line exactly, but it is highlighted and you have questions, check out the notes, or you can always raise your hand during the meeting and we'll explain anything further. So the only variances we really need to highlight here for operational expenses are external relations. We came in at 60% under budget. This is because we had planned for a lot more in-person activity. However, during 2022, especially the events that we planned for in Q2 and Q3, all remained virtual. We did have a bit of activity in Q4, which is why we have a bit of budget there. And hopefully we'll be having all in-person activities for 2023, which is why our budget has remained the same. So fingers crossed that the situation stays the same and everyone's healthy. Line 30, investigator costs. We spent about $3,867, and that's 95% under budget. For those who have been around here for a while or have been following these reports, you'll know that the investigator line is very difficult to get a good variance read on, and it's very difficult to forecast because the investigations, it depends on the number of investigations that come in through the year as well as the nature of investigations. So this year, there were fewer matters that required external investigations and allowed for more of a focus on closing existing discipline matters. And finally, quality assurance program costs. You'll see we are 87% under budget here. That is because bulk of this, again, about 90% of the cost here was the MSF program, which has been deferred again for 2022. Are there any questions about operations and administration before we move on?
Okay, questions on the operations piece? Yeah, Diana.
Not so much, well, kind of budget related regarding the investigations. Is there any program to monitor websites of opticians or people claiming to be opticians? So, to sort of web-based investigations.
I may pass that over to Amy and Fazal, who might have some more.
Diana, were you referring to, like, in terms of a potential budget item that would be added?
Yes, I just wondered if that's in there, or if not, if that's something that might be looked at in terms of having sort of a regular review or a system where websites have to be submitted or follow certain protocols.
Okay. Fazal or Amy?
Yeah, I'm just gonna actually let Rob also ask his question. I don't know if it's a follow-up to
Sure.
Diana.
Yeah, Rob, did you have a follow-up or a separate question? And you're just muted.
Sorry. Yeah, so I think that's in budget time. This is just a variance report. So to discuss new initiatives, I think this is not the time.
Okay, thanks, Robert. So Robert pointing out outside of the variance. Fazal, did you want to comment, however, briefly before that?
Yeah, like perhaps maybe like when we get to committee reports, when we get to ICR, we could chat about that a little bit.
Okay, so we'll put that as a note to park that, and we'll loop back when we get to some of those reports.
Perfect.
Does that work for you, Diana?
Yes, makes sense.
Okay, very good. Other questions or comments related to this area of the variance report for FISA? Okay, not seeing any. FISA, were there any additional pieces for you to review?
So that brings us to the end of the variance report. So then I will pass this back to Steve for the decision to approve.
Very good. So thank you for that report, Fizza. And with that, we will turn to Stephen for a motion to approve the variance report.
Thanks, Sarah. And before I ask for the motion for the variance report, I just want to just advise the members of the board and the public that any additions or deletions that you think would benefit the variance report, please bring them forward to staff, because we've had from Robert and Peggy very valuable suggestions that we've utilized, and staff is we're always encouraged new ways to make things easier and better. So if you have any ideas at all, please bring them forward. So to the staff. So the motion that I'm seeking is to approve the financial variance report. Do I have a mover? Omar, second.
Eric?
Kevin, all in favor? Anyone against? Carries.
Okay, wonderful. So I'm going to put a question out to the board. At this point, we are actually running about 15 minutes ahead of schedule. Sometimes we get a little bit ahead, sometimes we're scurrying behind, but right now we're a little bit ahead. So the question before you is, you have an option to break and we can take our first break now, or we could move forward with item 4.0, the board policy review and updates, which will probably take about 15 minutes to discuss that piece. So show of hands to carry on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that looks like a majority. Show of hands to break. Okay, so it looks like most folks are happy to carry on. Diana, I should check with you, maybe just a thumbs up that you're okay, because you will be doing a lot of the talking for that piece. Okay, super. So with that, we'll go ahead and we'll move on with item 4.0, and then we'll take our break directly after that. And so this is the board policy review and updates, starting with the appointed member policy, and I will allow Diana Bristow, the chair of governance, to take over. So go ahead, Diana.
Thanks, Sarah. And good morning, everyone. As you know, one of the tasks of the governance committee is to bring forward policies that are reviewed for periodic review. Like there's an actual schedule for the review. The policies that are currently up for review are the strategic outcomes policy, role of board officers policy, and the appointed members policy. The committee is recommending changes to 2 of these policies and status quo for the 3rd. I'll go through them one at a time and turn it back over to the chair to call for a motion before moving on to the next policy. The public interest consideration identified for each policy is that reviewing the content of governance policies ensures that policies are consistent and effective, and that the college is up to date with regulations, technology, and regulatory best practices. We'll start with the strategic outcomes policy. As you know, the board approved its new strategic plan in December. The governance committee is therefore recommending that the corresponding in the governance manual be updated to align with the new 2023 to 2025 strategic plan. The draft policy that's been included with your materials directly aligns with the strategic plan. Including this policy in the governance manual ensures that the policy is monitored regularly. The board will continue to receive semi-annual monitoring reports from the registrar on this policy for the next 3 years. Back to you, Sarah.
Okay, very good. So let's open the floor to questions. Does anyone have questions for Diana on this item? Okay, not seeing any. Is the board in agreement with the public interest consideration identified by the committee? And see a thumbs up. I'm seeing, okay, Rob's utilizing the high five out of the gates. Very good. Seeing some thumbs up. Are there any additional considerations that folks wanted to note from a public interest consideration? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So it looks as though folks are in agreement and no additions. Before we move to a motion, I do want to ask us to use the test for a high five to see that folks feel comfortable moving forward on a motion with this item. So if you can show me your fist of 5, again, anything over a 4 means that you are comfortable. Derica, just missing yours. Okay, very good. And then Netta and Dorina. Dorina, I know you're having some technical issues. So
say 5.
Okay, super. Thank you. Okay, so that looks like we have agreement there. So I will move to Stephen for a motion on that item.
Thanks, Sarah. And the motion that I'm seeking is that the board approve the proposed amendments to the strategic outcomes policy as recommended by the governance committee. Do I have a mover?
See Henry?
Henry, seconder?
Peggy?
Peggy, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Carries.
Okay, wonderful. So Diana, we'll pass that back to you.
Next, we're going to look at the role of board officers policy. Do we have that up? Yeah, it's up on the screen. The policy provides general terms of reference for those board members who serve as officers of the college. including the chair, the vice chair, and members at large of the executive committee. No updates are being proposed for this policy at this time, as it appears this policy remains relevant to meet the board's needs.
Diana, I'm seeing a question from Robert. Robert, did you want to ask a question?
Absolutely. Once I unmute, it says for consideration. If there's no changes, why are we reviewing it?
It's slated for review at this time, so we're just mentioning that it's no changes, and if anyone has a change they think should be considered, then we'd like to hear that too.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Diana. Any other questions or comments on this item? Okay, once again, in thinking about the public interest considerations that were raised by this committee, are we in agreement with those? And are there any additions that folks would like to raise? Okay, thumbs up in agreement with the public interest considerations. Okay, wonderful. Okay, so with that, we will test for agreement. I understand Netta is also having some technical difficulties. So if you are able to speak, Netta and Diana, let us know if you do not feel comfortable moving forward. But otherwise, can I see a fist of 5 from folks on moving forward?
And Sarah, I'm okay with it as well.
Okay, super. Thank you, Netta. Darina?
Same here.
Wonderful. Okay, so with that, we will move to Stephen to take us through a motion.
Thanks, Sarah. And the motion that we're seeking is that the board approve the status quo for the role of board officers policy as recommended by the governance committee. Do I have a mover?
Okay, I saw Robert.
Robert, seconder.
And I see Kevin's hand waving.
Okay, Kevin, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Not hearing it, carries.
Okay, so Diane, we'll pass back to you for the appointed member policy.
Thanks, Sarah. Lastly, we'll turn to the appointed members policy. There are some minor changes being proposed on this policy, mostly to make sure that it's consistent with the general practice being followed by the board. Namely, that appointed members are generally included in strategic planning sessions, but there may be some instances where it's appropriate for the board to meet on its own. So it's a fairly minor change here. You will see there under number 11, as opposed to will be invited, it may be invited.
Okay, thank you, Diana. So once again, we will open the floor to questions or comments from the board. Robert. Oh, and you're just muted, Robert.
3 years later, I'll get that. So when at the beginning, it doesn't say how often these are reviewed.
So are you looking for
perhaps I missed it.
Clarity on the review calendar, Robert?
Yes.
Amy,
Fazal, you unmuted?
Yeah, I was just going to say, Amy, we've got a schedule, I think, right? A master schedule.
Yeah, the schedule is in the governance manual, Rob, which is in the virtual boardroom, but we can certainly in the future make a note of that in the briefing note as well.
And because in order for me to make a fulsome decision, I would like to know how long is this kind of in place for, barring anything unusual?
I'm not sure there are any policies that are reviewed less than 3 years is the standard. Some of them are reviewed more frequently. It's uncommon for them to be reviewed less frequently.
Thank you.
Okay, and I see Derek and then Kevin. Go ahead, Derek.
So I believe at the last, sorry, can I hear? Okay. I believe at the last strat plan, we ended up having the first day where we had appointed members invited to, so we could get full input. And then on the second day, it was actually council that was actually making the deciding factors to that. Is that correct? Am I remembering right?
That is correct.
Okay. So on that front, I think that I understand that we want the elected and the appointed members making the decision, but however, we seem to be causing a unnecessary division between public appointment and the appointed members that we bring on. At the point that we trust them to give their input and everything, I don't understand why we're not including them in the decision-making process. I found that when we did that strat plan, the first day ended up about really being focused on getting the appointed members' view, because they weren't going to be there the second day, and relying on the elected members to actually revisit some of the subjects on the second day, and it seemed to be a little bit counterintuitive to the process. So I'm curious, I'm not sure that I like where this shift takes us going forward.
So I could speak to that.
Yeah, go ahead, Faisal.
So I think there's a couple of things that drove that decision, Derek, none of which were actually budget on this one. It was the strategic plan is the board strategic plan, not the committees. So the committee appointed members, or even if you were elected and your committee members were invited to the first day to give their input to help inform the strategic plan. But ultimately the board's plan, this is the board strategic plan. And so only the board was invited to attend the session. And also on a facilitation basis, it's actually far more effective facilitating a smaller group on such a project. So, you know, we did a lot of bringing in input and stakeholder feedback. Our appointed members were brought in live on the first day, but ultimately the second day was reserved for, just like this board meeting, board members who were designing the organization strat plan.
And I understand that, and I understand and I appreciate where you're coming from on it, Faisal, and I can see the logic to it. I question whether it's counterintuitive to where direction is going, where we're seeing more input on decisions as opposed to reducing input on decisions. I understand from a facilitation point of view that it would definitely be an easier group to handle. You shrink the group, it's easier to handle, but I don't necessarily, I'm kind of cognizant of the more minds make better decisions kind of philosophy, and I'm kind of going, I worry that we run the risk in the future of costing ourselves something with that process.
Yeah, you know, it's the board's decision, but at the end of the day, it's the board's strategic plan to approve, not the entire appointed and board slate. You didn't miss any, I don't think you missed any input, because all the input was within the strategic planning document, as well as the facilitated session the day before. Really what was happening the second day was taking all that input and starting to make decisions on the direction. So it's always going to remain the board's decision how you want to handle it. But any changes we make have impacts, including budgetary. So, you know, if people want to start including appointed again on all kinds of things, we need to account for that.
So
thank you,
and again, I'm
Faisal.
going to drop it after this. I'm wondering, actually, not so much the second day. I get where we're coming from with the fact that the board's going to be the one making the decision. I'm okay with that. I get that. On the first day, it concerned me that we were focusing so much on the appointed because it was their opportunity to speak. And I don't necessarily know that some of those subjects got revisited with just the board later, and relying on the board members who all are very upfront and outgoing and will speak for themselves, but we will not always have that composition. And I worry that we might have lost something because we were focusing so much on letting the appointeds have the lion's share of that first day. I don't know. I wonder whether or not we should see did we get feedback on it from the board to find out whether they felt that they were heard on that first day?
Yeah, we did do, I believe, a survey, an exit survey on that, and was quite positive on the format.
Okay, that's all I had. I just wanted to play devil's advocate and raise some questions.
Okay, thank you, Derek. I want to get to Kevin next, and then Peggy.
Thank you, Sarah, but basically Derek asked the same question I was going to ask, so thanks for answering, Faisal.
Okay, thank you. Peggy.
I was just going to ask Derek, would you have been more comfortable with the process if they'd been there on the second day? They don't necessarily get to vote on it, but then if anybody wanted to come back to them or have a debate about something they'd said, that then they were included, they were available?
I don't know that it's necessary to do that. My main concern was that I didn't want to make the first day just about the appointed, because it was almost like there was no point in the rest of the board being there, because we could have just got their feedback separately and had it brought to us as a report.
Although it's always good to hear the discussion, I think.
There is, but I do remember at one point the facilitator mentioning the appointments aren't going to be here tomorrow, so let's give them an opportunity to speak. And that that sentence concerned me.
Because then you're, in some ways, I guess your concern is you're stifling the debate a little bit. I guess the other thing, when I look at that change in wording, it's a may, which doesn't mean they won't be. So when we come around to the next one, then I guess whomever's making the decision of who's going to be included in what, and taking into account all sorts of things like the budget, that the change to the policy does not preclude them
Thank
being
you,
there.
Peggy.
It just doesn't mandate that they be there. From that
Thank
point
you,
of view,
Peggy.
I'm comfortable with the change.
Okay, thank you, Peggy. I think that is worth reiterating in terms of the wording without us getting too much into the process piece for this, to really encourage folks to just make a determination as to the comfort level on that wording. I do want, oh, sorry, Robert, did you have a question before we get onto the, no, you're going into comfort. Okay, super. Rob, I love your enthusiasm to the high five approach. Before we get there, I just want to check in on the public interest consideration. Are folks in agreement on those that were identified on this piece? See a thumbs up. Okay. Was there anything else that anyone wanted to raise from a public interest perspective? Okay, so with that, let's see a show, a fist of 5 in terms of comfort moving forward with those amendments. Okay, and so with that, Stephen, I will pass to you for a motion.
Thanks, Sarah. And the motion that we're seeking is that the board approve the proposed amendments to the appointed member policy as recommended by the governance committee. Do I have a mover?
Okay, I saw Netta.
Netta, seconder? Derek? All in favor? Anyone against? Not seeing or hearing any. Carries.
Okay. So thank you, everyone. With that, we are going to move to our first break. So we will take a 15-minute break at this time. A reminder to mute yourselves and go off video because we will keep the live stream going. And we will see you back in 15 minutes. Enjoy, everyone. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Give folks a moment to return to the screen, turn our cameras back on. Okay, hopefully you had a chance to maybe grab a coffee refill, have a stretch. We're going to move into the next portion of our agenda. A reminder that item 5.1 was tabled and will be presented later in the agenda around 1:55. So we're now going to move into 5.2, the financial planning and budgeting policy monitoring report. And just before we do that, I do want to reiterate that the purpose of the monitoring reports is really to have a system in place to periodically check in on each of the board's governance policies to make sure that they're achieving the desired results. And so the monitoring process is one of the primary ways that the board exercises its risk management responsibility. So the policies in the governance manual have established risk boundaries that the registrar is to operate within, and the registrar is required to satisfy the board through these monitoring reports that the policy is being reasonably interpreted and reasonably achieved. So when the registrar brings forward a monitoring report, the board will be asked two main questions. The first is, was the registrar's interpretation of the policy reasonable? And the second one is, did the registrar comply with the policy as reasonably interpreted? And just a reminder that the feedback that the board provides will inform the evaluation of the registrar's performance and by consequence, the organization's performance. So with that in mind, we're going to begin with item 5.2. Again, the financial planning and budgeting policy monitoring report. And I will then pass to Fazal Khan, the registrar and CEO, to present that report. Go ahead, Fazal.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. So not terribly exciting portion of the meeting today, but I will go through it. So I've got a couple of reports that I'm going to go through with the board. What I'm hoping to do is, I know that everyone's read their package, but what I'll do is I'll probably just hit a few highlights and take questions per report. So the first one, financial planning and budgeting monitoring report. As far as multi-year strategic plan, we are always looking at forecasting over multiple years when setting out budgets and requirements. And we very much use the strategic plan that we set out or the board sets out for every 3-year cycle as a blueprint to guide us on making sure that we've got enough funds put aside for any strategic initiatives that span, whether it be 1 year or all 3 years. And so far, we've not run dry or run short on any of those. As far as reasonable fund assignment, we do our best to forecast things, but it's been also a little bit of a strange and turbulent time during the pandemic. Good news story, moving to a virtual meeting format and sort of sustaining that format for the last couple of years. Actually created a decline in board and committee expenses. So while it was a 40% variance, it was a good news story. So I think the board has expressed interest in possibly only doing maybe one major board meeting per year in person. So that was adjusted for when we set out the 2023 budget. As far as regular analysis, myself and the deputy registrar and the finance officer regularly review quarterly financial variances that are then shared with the finance committee and ultimately then the board. So there isn't a very long time before the finances are looked at over and over. And then as far as financial projection models, especially as of late, we are using sort of a 5-year historical to look at revenue and expense trends, just so that we can smooth out the blip that we had for about 2 years with the pandemic. As far as reserve fund expenditure, in 2021, the board had authorized the administration to use about $443,000 of the reserve to reduce registrant dues in 2022 by about 12.5%. as of December 31st, 2022, so just a couple of months ago, not audited, but essentially there was no draw on the contingency fund whatsoever. So we have done well that way. As far as sound financial planning, in accordance with the investment policy, we work with a credible financial planner from a AA rated financial institution to develop our long and short term investment plans. We typically don't invest too far out, and we are investing in smaller instruments that are sort of staggered so that we have them maturing on regular intervals so that we can get access to the funds as we need money throughout the year. And as far as budget development goes, the 2023 fiscal budget was developed with input from the board regarding key budgeting planning assumptions, such as the number of meetings in person. The 2023-2025 strategic plan informed a lot of the key budget areas. I know that there is a big focus on unauthorized practice, so that was very much accounted for in the budget. And as always, a draft budget is presented first to Finance Committee and then brought to the board for final approval. So that is this report. I'm happy to take any questions. So I'll turn it back to you, Sarah.
Wonderful. Thank you, Fazal. So at this time, I'd ask if there was any feedback or concerns regarding the registrar's interpretation of the policies. Okay, seeing Stephen and then Robert. Go ahead, Stephen.
Thanks, Sarah. Fazal, I just wanted to point out that the plans that they have in place on the strategic plan, these are concepts that were developed back in our meeting by everyone that was in attendance and online back in June. Is that correct? And moving forward from there.
That's the strategic plan we're talking about.
Yeah, and this isn't just something that you and the staff just got together and said, no, we're going to shuffle cards and throw the cards down where they lie. That's our strategic plan. These were concepts that were developed by everyone that was at the meeting and online, and then used just since implemented, right?
Yeah, we definitely try to create a framework where we are trying to forecast when we're going to, implement or start working on certain things. Not everything can happen in year one. So we try to best model sort of the workflow or work demand, and then the funds necessary to make those things happen. So thank you, Stephen.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Fazal. Okay, Robert.
Rob, sorry, you're
just
muted
muted.
still. Gonna have to get you the t-shirt.
Yeah, I have a few questions, but I think it's probably more appropriate when we go through the budget.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you, Robert. So you'll keep those until the budget conversation. Okay. Anybody else that we haven't heard from that would like to make a note regarding the interpretation of the policy? Any steps that anyone was not comfortable with? Henry.
I wasn't not uncomfortable with it. I like what Fazal said about that 5-year going back projecting. I think that's a good idea, especially with that blip of this 2 years. So I think that's good. No, I have no problems with that. Yes to both questions.
Thanks, Henry.
Thank you, Henry. So with that, let's see a show of the fist of 5 that folks feel comfortable moving forward to motions on this item. Okay, so I will pass to Stephen. We typically do 2 separate motions on this item. So Stephen, I will pass to you.
Okay, thanks, Sarah. And the first motion that we're seeking is that the board approve the registrar's interpretation of the policy was reasonable. Do I have a mover?
So moved.
Henry first. Second? Robert, I saw your hand. All in favor? Anyone against? Not seeing, hearing, it carries. And the second motion that we're seeking is that the board agrees that the registrar CEO complied with the policy. Do I have a mover? Derek? Seconder?
Seeing Kevin?
Kevin? All in favor? Anyone opposed? And not seeing any, that carries.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. So we will now pass the floor back to Fazal Khan, the Registrar and CEO, who will present the Corporate Identity, Public Image, and Communication Policy Monitoring Report. Fazal. Oh, and Fazal, you're muted. There you
Yep,
go.
sorry. I was thinking to myself, I'm giving advice on unmuting and I'm doing it myself. Okay, so again, same approach. This one is an even more exciting report. It's pretty stagnant from year to year. As far as the name of the organization, external use of corporate identity, use of corporate seal, those are all sort of carryovers from prior reports. I'll just point out with as far as internal and external corporate communications and public relations, we do have on staff Ms. Carolyn Robertson, who's our manager of communications, and she oversees all external communications and public relations. The manager works with a social media consultant to manage all our messaging and our presence on our platforms, including Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The manager also runs pretty much everything through senior management, through myself and Amy. So we have eyes also on the content and the images that are being used. So we're pretty careful on how our logo and everything is used. Carolyn's very mindful of updating things like our banners and stuff to reflect our latest updates to vision and mission and values. So we've had a very consistent experience as far as our brand image and corporate identity. So happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Fazal. Just before I get to, I see that Henry has his hand up. So again, really, we're looking for feedback with respect to the registrar's interpretation of the corporate identity, public image, and communication policy. So with that, we'll go to Henry, and then we'll hear from Derek.
Okay, Fazal, I'm curious, is the use of our logo and the name a problem in terms of misuse, in terms of we've touched upon unauthorized practices going on, like, and how is that monitored? Is it a problem? I'm just curious because maybe the two are connected.
So thanks, Henry. It's a good question. We won't know what we don't know. So if something's brought to our attention, we will definitely pursue it. If somebody's improperly using our logos or things like that. Typically, sort of any sort of use often could be not nefarious. For instance, if a continuing education provider happens to use our logo or something on their promotional materials, we'll sort of chime in and touch base with them, A, that it's the correct logo and all of that, but B, that it's reflective of not being seen as an endorsement of their event or anything like that. Or any sort of co-branding. So we are particular in watching those things. Carolyn is watching our social media platforms all the time just to see if anything's happening out there. So we are, actively keeping an eye for these things. But the times that we have seen a possible irregular use or misuse, we rectified in a very sort of relational, non-confrontational way.
Thank you, Fazal.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Derek.
Thank you.
Related and I think somewhat unrelated, so I apologize for this. The social media accounts that we have, and probably a better question for Carolyn, are we seeing an uptake on the amount of people who are actually using those and actually accessing us through those? And follow up to that was, when we do send an email blast out, are we including the links to those so people can get them easily without having to go searching for them?
So, Derek, since that's out of the scope of this report, I may table that to Carolyn's communications report later in the afternoon and make sure we do address those two topics.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks, Fazal. I will make a note of that as well. We have a couple of items that we've now tabled to various different reports.
Yeah.
Netta.
Thank you, Sarah. Probably this question is, I don't know, Fazal or Carolyn can answer. You mentioned that Carolyn basically watching our social media for any misuse or the name or the logo. What about our website? the College of Opticians website, basically in a Google AdWords. Is those wording, if it's misused, is anybody can track down those? Do you guys have somebody monitoring that?
If somebody is misusing us on the website, like
Yes, because this is what happened. I realized 2 weeks ago in one of our websites, in one of our clinics, that actually one of our name is used by another company to take the traffic from our website to their website.
right. So again, I'll get Carolyn to maybe address that in the afternoon, because we have spent quite a bit of effort in getting our name beyond like the organic level, and it pops up quite high now, or is pretty much first.
That's exactly the issue. That's what
yeah.
makes me worried. That's what happens because our name basically was organically grow, and then we start using, we see these numbers start going off, and then when we track it down, actually we start seeing 3 websites right now that they are using the name in the background of their website.
Yeah, trying to misuse the track for their traffic purposes. So yeah, we'll definitely, we can talk about that again in the communications report.
Thank you.
Okay, just going to note that as well. Any other questions related to specifically the interpretation of this policy? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Were there any steps that folks were uncomfortable with? Okay, so with that, Rob, you kicked us off. Let's see a fist of 5 in terms of moving forward with motions on this item. Seeing everyone. So Stephen, I will pass to you to read the motions.
Thank you. And the first motion that we're seeking is that the board approve that the registrar's interpretation of the policy was reasonable. Do I have a mover? Derek, second.
So Omar.
Omar, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Not seeing any, that carries. The second motion is that the board agrees that the registrar CEO complied with the policy. Do I have a mover?
Okay, so Kevin.
Kevin, seconder.
Tanya.
Tanya, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Not seeing any, that carries.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen. So we will now have Fazal Khan again present, this time on the Emergency Registrar CEO Succession Policy Monitoring Report.
Perfect. Thank you. So I think this is one of the more critical policies, and any organization that's looking for continuity should have something like this in place. Essentially, it's a policy that requires that I have some sort of succession planning in place in case of an emergency. Here, again, a similar report to the last one that was delivered. I'll just point a few things out to highlight to the board. So on the first page, the policy requires that there's ensuring at least one or more senior staff are familiar with the registrar processes, and can assume responsibility if an interim successor, like played the role of an interim successor until a permanent replacement is found. So the biggest focus in the last, I would say, 2 years has been grooming the new deputy registrar to essentially take that position. And I think we made huge grounds last year, and as soon as Amy had started, I think this year, I'm always thinking a year in reverse here, but in the last year, Amy has taken on a lot more external facing things. So she's working a lot more with external stakeholders, active at the national groups, but also starting to represent the college at some of the student advisory committee meetings that the schools hold. So we're sort of dividing up those tasks. giving sort of talks at the association meetings. Amy and I were doing that last year when we finally returned in person. We were co-presenting. So I think Amy's becoming a familiar face to our external stakeholders. The other thing is, as far as other aspects that I do perform, including practice advice, Peggy Dreyer, our manager of quality assurance and professional practice, has been working the role as practice advisor for several years now, in tag team with myself. So that aspect of the position would be covered in the event of anything happening. My wife always says not to be run over by a bus, but instead win the lottery. So we'll keep this positive. The other thing that I've spent, I think, a lot of time doing in the last 1.5 years is trying to empower our management team, our department managers, in establishing their own relationships and being a little bit more external facing, attending trade shows, attending student presentations, student evenings. So that more than just the deputy registrar are aware of different aspects of the role the registrar plays. So I'm actually really confident that between the deputy registrar and the supporting team, the college will be in excellent shape if anything were to happen. I'll just move to item 2, keeping the board chair informed. So a few years back, there was a desire to make sure that the board chair and the vice chair were kept in the loop. The biggest thing that we typically do, if there's anything urgent, I'll usually inform the executive committee, and typically the board will also get some form of an update if something's happening. Myself and the chair do speak regularly if there's something acute that needs to be dealt with. But the most time in preparing is often spent preparing for these meetings, these board meetings, where the chair and vice chair spend several hours going over the entire agenda and being versed with what type of topics are being covered for the day. The other thing is the chair and vice chair typically attend, whether virtually or in person, all our national meetings. So those are coming up. We had our chair and vice chair attend our fall meetings in person for 2022, and we will be holding the next set in 2023 in Quebec, in Montreal. So the chair and vice chair will be attending in person along with the registrar and deputy registrar. So we try to make sure that everybody is in the know, and that sharing is more on the generous side than not, just so that everyone can, there's nothing resting with one single person. So that's the report. I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Fazal. Okay, questions, comments, feedback on the interpretation of this policy. I see Robert and then Stephen.
Sorry, Rob.
He caught himself.
Hard to move the mouse. So this is just to provide us with the monitoring report, but the details and everything are going to come later. So has anything really changed that in the last year or two that we should be aware of, or is this basically kind of just making sure the report is still good and then we'll get the details later?
So like the details are sort of in that third column of what are the things that are supporting the interpretation. So what are the different actions that I've taken to ensure capacity? So they are there. Between the last report and this report, as I said, not a ton has changed. If anything, the focus has changed a little bit more, that Amy is sort of firmly on her way of knowing like all the aspects of the position. But the focus is also expanded a little bit to make sure that the management team, the managers of the various departments, are getting a little bit more involved with external facing issues. So if anything, it's just a slight expansion of that capacity building.
Did that address your question, Robert?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect.
Okay, super. Stephen.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. Fazal, in the succession planning, do you have any concept at all in regards to if you or Amy or in those two positions were to leave, so that the successor a new person coming into the organization, so that they would maybe come in to spend at least a week with the person occupying that position. So rather than just someone finishing work on a Friday at 4:30 and the new person showing up at Monday morning at 8 o'clock with the desk going, where do I go from here? Is there something that overlaps, like the two positions, so that one person could sort of mentor the other person for a week or so?
Yeah.
In the best case, Fazell
yeah.
and Amy both win the lottery.
That's right. So that's kind of where I'm trying to build capacity with the managers as well, so that they have a bit of a better feel. There are times where both was maybe out of the office. We're usually both reachable. But for instance, the national meetings and things, staff are encouraged to reach out to us. We're available by phone and email. But really, we do try to assign a senior person to sort of watch over the office. And so that's why I think it's important to groom and just create capacity amongst more than just the registrar and deputy registrar.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Other feedback, any concerns or steps taken that folks are not comfortable with? And Robert, I think your hand is just still up from before, I'm assuming. Super. Okay, not seeing any then, we will do a fist of 5 that folks feel comfortable moving forward on this item. Okay, I think I saw everyone there. Okay, so Stephen, I will pass to you for our motions.
Thank you. And the first motion we're seeking is that the board approve the registrar's interpretation of the policy was reasonable. Do I have a mover? Robert? Second, Derek, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Not seeing, that carries. And second motion is that the board agrees that the register CEO complied with the policy. Do I have a mover? Robert? Derek? All in favor? Anyone opposed? Not seeing any, that carries.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen. So we will now move on to the fees discussion, and I will let the board chair, Stephen Kinsella, take over and take us through that piece of the agenda. Oh, and Stephen, you're just muted.
Hopefully everyone's had a chance to review this material. And this was a topic that was discussed very openly and broadly, if I can use the terms. And it just shows, as you look at the fees as to projected revenues and some revenues and forecasts were made, and with the cost of inflation. So, and the government initiatives that have been announced. And as you read through it, it sets out where using good accounting practices to consider setting aside the 12 months operational expenses that we need. And then you'll find the 5-year projection table versus revenue versus expenses is laid out. And we have come out after discussion, very, again, when I say broad discussion, again, the members of the finance committee, when we say went through line by line, this was almost dollar by dollar that the finance committee went through all this and all the scenarios with staff. And we have come up with a recommended increase of at this point, given what's in front of you, a 1.5% fee increase, given this material that was presented to finance at the time. And as you notice to the membership, it's a saving of over 1%, given back to that the membership would be saving costs for the membership fees moving forward. But as you notice that everyone else, you're looking at inflation this summer got up to like 8% for cost of living. So when you get into the budgeting factor, you'll see that when you're setting up even your home budget, no one budgets to be in the negative. You always budget to at least be just staying above water or slightly above water. And that's why we recommended that it came down to the, at the time, to the Model 3 being the 1.5% increase. And I'll leave that open for any questions, Sarah.
Okay, so at this time, we will take questions related to the briefing note on the registration fees. Anyone that we haven't heard from, I just want to take a moment to see if there's anybody who hasn't had a chance to participate today that had any questions or feedback. And then Rob, I see that your hand is up. Okay, so let's hear from Samir and then we'll pop to Robert. Go ahead, Samir.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair, for explaining this process and so on. That's great. What I'm looking at is basically the revenue column for, say, Model 1, Model 2, Model 3, all of the model, basically. The revenue columns are a little different looking into the 1% fee increase area. Is there anything that is we're not considering here, or maybe considering here, where the revenue dropped from actual?
I could probably speak to that.
Go ahead, Faisal.
So Samir, with the forecasting that we've done here, we've looked at a 5-year window and looked at average trends on where things are increasing or decreasing. So for instance, we've been seeing a growth in our membership base of about 1.2%. So we factored that in as far as the raw number, and then we multiplied it obviously by the projected fee that's being proposed. So that's how we came up with the revenue line. The expense lines, we not only sort of extrapolated staffing costs, increases from vendors, things like that, but we also looked at expected costs of strategic initiatives. And you'll see that about every 3 years, there's a bit of a blip where expenses seem higher. And those are the years where we have a strategic planning session. And at the same time, we're hit with a bit of a double whammy because every 3 years, we're also doing an external evaluation of the board where we have an external consultant engaged. So cyclically, there's a spike in expenses based on those repeating items coming up. Does that kind of resolve that question?
Yeah, thank you, Faisal. But more, what I'm looking for is an approved 2023 budget item.
Okay.
That's the column that I'm looking into it. All of the model has like a similar revenue amount, except the Model 2 revenue is different looking. So that's what where my question started from.
Okay, so wondering why for Model 2, the revenue amount is slightly lower than it looks to be in the other models. Is that correct, Samir?
Correct. That is correct, Sarah.
Okay, so I'm seeing here, I guess you're asking in that line, it's 3582 and all the things, but in one at the Model 2, it's 3567.
67, correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm actually going to get Fizza to chime in on that one, if you don't mind.
No problem. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. I think that may have just been an entry error. I can just do the recalculation very quickly and then put up a new table.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Fizza. Thank you for noting that, Samir. Okay, Robert. Just muted, Robert.
Staff costing in most industries have gone through the roof. Staff retention for us is extremely important. We've all seen it over the years. We have key personnel that leave. Are you, I mean, 8%, 7% inflation, are you comfortable that we have enough money, Faisal, in there for staff retention and for remunerating staff accordingly so we don't lose them to other places?
You know, I've built in a little bit of an increase based on previous years, but it is tight. You know, I was trying to keep budgeting as tight as possible so that we don't have to put forward too much of an increase. You know, could I enjoy an extra 1.5% to spend on staffing, sure. We've got a bit of an increase in accordance with historical years, but I don't know how long this inflationary bubble is going to last. So definitely cost of living. That's where, like, when you look at certain years, we've highlighted them in orange, that even though they're in the positive, that could be easily erased with a couple of expenses that come up. So I definitely have budgeted tight for staffing.
So if we were to increase your budget, doesn't mean we have to use it, but it
Right.
gives you the opportunity if it is there.
Yeah.
Okay. The next question is, historically, we used to need a 6-month operating budget, is what was recommended to us to have in reserves. Is that still the case?
That's a great question, Rob. We actually discussed it with the finance committee as well. And then after the meeting, we checked with our chartered accountants. They actually have recommended moving to more of a 12-month operating contingency. Right now, we've been, the board had approved several years back, 6 months operating. So if you were to scroll down to the general reserves, and I don't want to start not litigating, but picking apart the general reserves, but just to give you an idea, general reserves right now are showing about like a 1.5 million figure in there. But if you look at operating contingency, it's at about 1.3, 1.5 million. To meet the suggestion made by the chartered accountant, we would almost have to move all of the general contingency into the operating contingency. So essentially, we would have the 12-month operating money, but we no longer have a general reserve. And that's where we were tapping into, for instance, with the fee reduction, those 2 years, if we were going to have to go into the red. So, Rob, to your point, we need to bulk up the operating contingency.
Okay, well, giving that information, it makes, I mean, I'm pretty keen on giving members a refund, but I think we have to be prudent, and yeah, okay. I think we need to save some more money.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can somebody scroll back up to the table? That's the 5-year projection. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Fazal. I saw Derek and Netta had their hands up earlier, and then I see Peggy as well. Derek, did you still have a question or comment? No, you're okay. Netta, what about you?
Oh, Rob asked my question. Thank you.
Super. Okay, wonderful. Peggy.
Can somebody remind me what percentage of say the revenue goes towards the salaries?
So like our operating budget is around 3.2 million and salaries are about $1.2 million. It's about 30%.
And if we put a 6% additional increase as if the inflation kept going, it'd be easier for Fizza to do this than me on my calculator. What impact does that have, that surplus or deficit, say for that 1.5% fee increase? We're increasing something that's 2.5 times as big as we might be putting a 6% increase in salaries, if you follow what I'm saying.
So Peggy,
Sure.
I don't think we can calculate it that quickly, but we do have, I think Fizza has a table per sleeve. If we were, like, I think we made an assumption of about a 4% buffer on salaries. If I were to put in another 1.5%, I think Fizza's got that table that can show you what happens to all these figures. But it definitely pushes us into the red a little bit more.
Right. So it wouldn't be as bad as the numbers for the 0% fee increase because the fee is bigger than the salaries. Okay, so I'm comfortable with that. Other thing I just wanted to say, which I don't think makes any difference to our decisions here, but when I was going through numbers, I noticed that the averages in the 2 right-hand columns are actually of the 6 years of numbers.
Yes, you're right.
Which is good. It includes, it just to be aware that it includes the big surplus from this year, but that big surplus from this year is probably more known quantity than than the farther out projections.
Yeah, so Peggy, you're absolutely right about the labeling of the last two columns. What we're probably going to send out to the registrant base for feedback is going to be a very concise 5-year table. But really, I guess the last two columns on the far right should really be 6-year average, 6-year reserve impact, because we have factored for what we forecasted in 2023, the approved budget.
I'd like my titles to be consistent with the data under them.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for that note, Peggy. Robert, another additional question, comment?
I apologize. So when I think, Stephen, you mentioned that you looked at Model 3 at 1.5%. Does that include like a 4% increase for staff, or was that based on 6%?
Yes.
Sorry, Steve, to jump in there.
Yep. Thank you.
So I believe Fazal confirmed 4%.
Yeah.
Okay, and when I look at the bottom line now, if I look at Model 3 again, we're going to have an extra $700,000 in the reserve, which is approximately half of what it's recommended that we put in the operating reserve. So that may look good, but it potentially leaves us a little slim for a 5-year budget. 5 years is a long time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if we're trying to replenish 1.5 or some figure into the general reserves, really that yellow column is what we're going to have in 5 years.
Yeah.
Estimated.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Diana, question or just thumbs up?
I'm just agreeing.
Okay, super. Fiza, wondering if you had an opportunity to address that question around Model 2 and wanted to highlight any notes.
Yeah, so I just did a very quick calculation. It may just be easier for me to just update the number rather than emailing a new report to myself, opening that up. So for Model 2, if we just updated the revenue line item to be in line with what the actuals are, that brings our 5-year average here to $75,495. And then the reserve impact is now $452,753.
Okay, thank you, Fiza. Any other questions or comments? Peggy?
I just did some quick calculations based on what I was saying about how much salary increase he'd built in, and if you added another 1.5, and that would be about another 100,000 on the 2028 forecast of expenses, which would then essentially wipe out the projected surplus right there. So I'm hopeful inflation doesn't continue like this, but when we're doing this, we need to be conservative, I think, in terms of the projections. And when I think about this, it's a balance between trying to make things a little easier for the registrants who are also having all of these inflationary expenses on their practices and on their personal finances, and yet the college needs to be able to function as well. So it makes me lean towards thinking that it should be more than 1.5%.
Okay, thank you, Peggy. Samir,
Sorry, the
and then Robert.
1.5% I'm referring to in that case is the fee increase, not the guesstimate about how much salaries might need to go up.
Right. Okay, Samir and then Robert.
Thank you, Peggy. Actually, you addressed the concern that I was about to bring up to the board. Yes, I'm kind of worried, a little worried after hearing Rob's comment on thinning our surpluses and so on. Fiza, a question. I know you did some quick calculation onto that. Are we on any of the on a Model 2? Are we in deficit number on any of those forecasted for the year 2025, what I see 2025 and 2028, are we under, are we in any deficit for that? And why, the question to Mr. Chair is why not 2% fee increase? Why 1%? It's 1.5 that we're thinking here.
Do you mind if I jump in on that for a sec?
Sure, go ahead.
I think Fizza, you've got a table that we sort of had in our back pocket that has another 1.5% factored in.
I do. I'm just going to stop sharing my screen for a moment so I can get that set up.
Okay. Because that would probably support what you're saying, Samir, that maybe we need to look at more than 1.5. And Peggy, I think you mentioned the same thing.
It was initiated by Rob.
Domino effect. So I think this is the same
Oh,
table.
this is, sorry, are you opened the same page up again? I'm
No
opening
problem.
my
I know.
Adobe. Here we go.
That's the fun of Zoom, sharing multiple things. So yeah, so you'll see on this table, you're seeing a lot more red and a bit more orange with the 1.5%, and you're only netting about 60,000 over the 5 years. If we move to 2%, we still hit a year in the red and a modest 105,000. This is 1.5% and anything else? This is also including an extra salary?
Yes, so sorry, this was including the extra salary and also on top of what we normally budget for, that additional 1.5% for cost of living.
Okay, so we could back out the 50,000. Like I think we put 50,000 for an additional salary just in case. Okay, we don't have just a net 1.5% table, do we?
No, I can pull one up though. Like I can.
Yeah, I think, you know, even if we do the rough math in our head and we you know, take out 50,000 across 5 years, that's 250,000. At a 2%, we'd be at about 255,000 surplus. So definitely, if we factor in a little bit more for staffing, it's really slimming down our accrued surplus.
Okay, thank you, Fazal. Robert and then Peggy.
So I'm not very, very comfortable looking at this, and I don't like Model 2. I don't really like Model 3 and even Model 4. So my understanding is we're trying to get things in place so we can put a 5-year plan out so we can tell the members.
Yeah.
If we do very good, how difficult was it last year to lower the fees for 1 year? If we decide that inflation is only at 2% and everything calms down, we're going to have too much money. So is it easy for us to decrease the fees for a year? Or
yeah, like
rebate or something?
Yeah, like I think still having a 5-year table will give us predictability in the membership. But just like when we had to do a fee decrease, we just brought it up as an issue assessment and did a quick circulation, and we got it all done within the same year.
I mean, I would lean towards one of the higher models and give back. I prefer to under promise and over deliver than to have to go back in 3 years and say, yeah, we had a 5-year plan, but inflation was at 8% and our $2.6 million that we're supposed to have in contingencies, we didn't have the money. So we're still $1 million short. That's kind of my thoughts.
Yeah.
Okay. Peggy?
So this is a 1.5% increase on what?
On staffing, on the staffing budget, but it's also, Peggy, this table incorporates one extra salary in case we had to respond to either some sort of government initiative to compress registration timelines, or if we had to put more person power behind any of the departments, such as conduct or anything.
And what's the title on the right-hand column, which I can't see right now? So that's the 5-year average, not the difference to the reserve. So
is it would you be able to calculate the cumulative?
Yeah, I'm just doing that on my other Excel sheet right now. So
Well, it's
hopefully in
just
like a minute or
it's
so I
just
can get that up.
times 5 or 6, right?
Yeah, it's just the basically adding everything up.
If we're supposed to be increasing our reserve, then I have to say I'm not necessarily happy to do this to the registrants, but I'd be thinking we need to stick with that 2.5 that's the historical. If we're content with shuffling within the reserves a little more rather than building to the full year of operating budget in one part of the reserves, then maybe 2%. Anyway, those are my thoughts right now on it.
Okay, thank you, Peggy. Okay, any other feedbacks? Kevin?
Fazal, what was the reasoning behind increasing the contingency fund?
For the operational, Kevin?
Yes, for the operational, yes.
So we had chatted about it a little bit at finance about, what, should we get some advice from the CA on what's a good accounting principle or operational principle. So we did speak to them like a couple of days after we had that meeting, and they were actually saying 6 months is okay, but most organizations are moving to 12 months. And this would account for things like, if we were amalgamated or whatever, wind down, balances of leases left, all those kind of things.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments, feedback? Okay. So it's been a good discussion on this issue. So Amy or Fazal, I know the intention here is really around putting this out to approval for stakeholder feedback. Wondering, I'm hearing some questioning from the board around, what that percentage is that goes out. Do we want to do some tweaking to that recommended piece? Yeah, that suggestion.
I think that's the appetite. I think we're doing good on time, luckily, because we're moving ahead well. We can just give maybe Fizza a minute or two to cook up our magic on Excel. And then maybe get the board to maybe come to some consensus on what would be a comfortable figure as far as a suggested increase. If that's comfortable, what would happen next is we would agree to not setting it now, but to send that proposal to the registrant base and seek feedback, and then bring it back to the next board meeting to finalize.
Perfect. Yeah, so we don't need to make those final decisions here, but we do need to know what we want to put out for feedback. Fizza, I understand, has done the number crunching. So Fizza, maybe we'll turn to you.
I do have them ready verbally, or if everyone wants a PDF up on the screen, if you give me 30 seconds, I can just email that over to myself.
Okay, perhaps it's easier if we have something that
Okay,
folks
perfect.
can see visually.
I'll get that in just a minute then.
Great.
I could definitely not be doing this on the fly. Excel does not like me.
This is one of the powers of these types of Zoom virtual meetings, where folks can be doing so many things, so much multitasking.
Still the old
Peggy showing
calculator.
her calculator.
Yeah, Peggy, tell me about it.
It doesn't have a paper roll popping out, so that's at
This one
least
doesn't.
an updated model. Okay, so Fizz has just stopped sharing her screen, which I'm thinking probably means she's almost ready to share a new one. And then we can go from there.
All right, so this is the table with the additional staff salary plus the increase, and then the main column to be looking at here is the 5-year reserve impact. And in model 1, this should be in red. I apologize, I missed that in the last 2 seconds.
And Fizz, if we were not to have the extra salary of 50,000 over 5 years, that's another 250 to the positive.
Another 250 added to the 5-year reserve impact. So then we'd really only be looking at a deficit for Model 1.
Mhm.
And then everything else would be trending well, but not quite hitting what we're looking at to get to that 12-month operating reserve.
Yeah, ideally, we'd need to surplus $1.5 million, but even if we're working our way towards it, I think that's still good. We have 6 months. Not trying to boil the ocean type of thing overnight. So like a 2.5% fee increase, that's 646. What's another 250? So it'd be like 896, just shy of 900,000 if we stuck to the 2.5%. I think Peggy's got her real hand up.
Where's
Peggy?
where's the 250, Fossil?
If I was to just back out the extra salary and just talk about a 1.5% increase.
The 250, is that the 250 for 5 years or
That's right, 250 for 5 years.
on a very simple term?
Yeah.
Okay, Robert?
I'm just going over the numbers here. That's going to give us, even if we drop that, we're still going to be eating a reserve, which is 1.5, our general reserve. So yeah, it's still like, I really think we kind of need Model 5 to be, if we're doing 5 years and that 5 years is the way to go, I think Model 5 for me is much more appealing than the others, but that's just my personal opinion.
Okay, thank you, Robert. Samir?
I echo Rob's thought on it.
Oh, and Samir, you're a little bit choppy for us. Samir, do you want to turn off your video for a moment and then just
even a model.
Sorry, Samir, you're coming out a little choppy.
Yeah, Samir, we're having trouble hearing you. Do you want to turn off your video and try again? Give Samir a moment here. Actually, might be frozen, so we may have lost Samir.
I think he was echoing Rob's thoughts, though, from what I think I heard.
I think so as well, and I saw the thumbs up, the reaction thumbs up earlier, so I believe that is where Samir was going. Any other comments or feedback? Samir, I think you might be back. If you want, you could add to the chat or try again with your video off, and we can see if we can hear you verbally.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I echo the same Rob spot as well, because I was leaning towards either Model 5 or 6, but Model 5 in this case definitely better. Once again, I'm thinking registrant perspective as well as board perspective, both of them. It's definitely support that. Model 4, however, still we are in deficit in year 2025 for the forecast, it'd be 30,000 down. So I don't want to go into negative numbers. I prefer going more positive. So
okay, thank
Model
you,
5 is what I prefer, comfortable with as well.
Okay, thank you, Samir. Stephen and then Diana.
Thanks, Sarah. I just want to thank everybody for their comments on this, because as you can see, we had similar discussions at finance, and now it's even brought it out better in front of everyone, in front of the board. And I thank everybody for their valued input into it. And I certainly am of supporting Robert's and Samir's initiative of model number 5.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Diana and then Kevin.
I'm definitely in favor of Model 6, I would say, because that's 5 years to get back to really where you want to be. And if you look at the long-term inflation, it's, we've been in an unusually low period. So to account for 4% inflation would be prudent, because that's basically a rolling 10-year average and more consistent with what normal time periods have been like. The long-term average is well over 3%.
Okay, thank you, Diana. So hearing some support for Model 5, some support for Model 6 is raised by Diana, Kevin, and then Peggy.
Thank you, Sarah. I just wanted to confirm that we will be able to have another discussion on this matter before moving forward. Is that correct?
That's correct,
That's-
Kevin.
Okay, I will
Yes.
withhold my final decision till that point. Thank you.
Yeah, so this is really about what is proposed to go out for stakeholder feedback at this time, and then would be brought back. Peggy, anything else sort of new to add to this discussion?
But to Kevin's point, though, whatever we decide today goes out to the registrant for feedback.
That's correct.
That's right.
So we want to be a little careful about that. I just had a question about years where the expenses blip up because of the strategic planning. Is that not, shouldn't that be buffered a little bit from the other years as opposed to needing to be covered entirely that year from the fees? But we shouldn't freak out about, I guess what I'm thinking is we shouldn't freak out about the fact that the surplus is low in that year, those years.
Yeah, we typically try to budget in the black. But at the end of the day, if one year is a little lean on surplusing, so be it, based on the 5-year projection of where we end up, hopefully.
Because if you're always in the black, then you're always accumulating into your reserves.
Yeah, some
if
years
we
not
need
as
to, it makes
aggressively.
sense. But
Yeah.
pardon, I interrupted you.
No. I was just saying some years not as aggressively, but yes, typically we're accumulating, depending on which model you select.
Okay, Netta.
Thank you, Sarah. With everything that I see here, and I see everybody leaning toward the Model 6, before we make our final decision, is it possible we do an environmental scanning to see if the same trend is happening with the wages for the opticians?
So Netta, like typically, and that's a good question that you bring up. Typically, we get that question a lot from the registrant base. I don't make that much, but we actually none of the regulatory bodies ties what they charge for registrant fees to what their registrants make. It's completely on administering the organization. So it's based on a number of staff to administer. Like we do have as part of our environmental scan in this package, you'll see all the fees, or most of the fees for like most of the colleges. You'll see some economies of scale where they have an extremely large base that their fee might be a little bit lower. But you'll also see certain colleges which typically have more conduct cases, more discipline cases. Their fees, even if their membership base is high, are still higher on the higher side. So really, there's no tie to what the registrants make and what the fees are that are charged. It's completely, the fees are associated with what it costs to run the colleges.
I understand that, Fazla, but we have couple options. We don't have only one option. Therefore, maybe if we have a little bit more information, I know I understand, but again, I think as being part of a college and we are here for protecting the public, in other hand, we are increasing this fees that is coming from the stakeholders. And I think if we have a broader kind of information to see, okay, because as we know, so many opticians, they work for the big companies. And I don't know, honestly, it would be suddenly go to 3% or 5% increase is going to be, it might be a little bit of too high of the spike for majority of our stakeholder.
So like based on if you had information of what they're making, what would that do to the decision?
If we see in the scanning that, okay, if the increase happening throughout the industry and corporation is applying to this inflation that happening in the society, then we're going to be basically having a maybe going in a moderate kind of a decision instead of going to only looking at our expenses? It's with just the opinion, you know. It's
Yeah,
just
because at the end of the day, that, you know, if you said, okay, the registrant base, anytime you check in with them, they're going to say the fees are always too high. Whether it's zero, you decrease it or increase it. If you were trying to figure out like what are they paying in expenses, like let's say they just can't pay it more, then the decision would have to be then start chopping our costs.
But I see here between like 1% to like 3-4%. I just want to see we are in a very kind of in a safe range. Maybe we can go higher. I don't know, but
like I would never advocate going higher than we need to cover our expenses. So I think at the end of the day, the board has to look at, these are the projected expenses, including our strategic initiatives. Do you want to run a revenue positive budget, a revenue negative budget, or you know, as Rob had pointed out at the beginning, we're actually not sitting on general reserves. So do we want to be able to put money back into that reserve? And that is a reserve that we would have to tap into if there was an emergency, like a pandemic again or something. So like regardless of what the external world, I think everyone's facing inflationary burden. It's a matter of these are the numbers, projected expenses, projected revenue. Do you want to run in the red, orange, or break even type of thing?
Yeah, no, I hope, you know, the COVID, it was one experience that we did have one time. Yeah. But yeah, definitely. I just want to bring it up, but I definitely wanted to stay on the non-orange red parts for sure. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Netta. So in the interest of time, I'm wondering if I see a couple extra hands up. I'm wondering if we can limit those comments to just anything new that hasn't been raised for consideration. And then we will look to getting some consensus on which model is suggested. Samir, anything new that you wanted to add?
Yes, I sympathize with Netta's thought on it. Food for thought for us. Today's the first initial variance report that we saw this morning from FISA. I don't know if it's a trend or not, but I'm seeing national examination fees going down. So that's a concern. This is why I am in a higher, I'm proposing in a higher model than the lower model, because we don't know what's the trend's gonna look like going forward in 5 years. So I'm still sticking with the higher model, number 5 on the paper. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Samir. Anyone who put their hand down, did you have anything new to add that we could capture before getting consensus on a model? Seeing some shaking heads. Okay. Fazelle or Amy, I'm wondering how hard it might be. Like, I'm wondering if we put up a poll on the various models and sort of gauged a bit of a vote on where people are leaning in terms of the models. Is that
I think I'm speaking for the admin team, but to cook up a poll. But Carolyn, is that something you could do for us? And you're on mute if you're perfect.
Sorry, yes, I can absolutely make a poll.
So would the board like to see a poll that has sort of model 4, 5, and 6 being voted on? Or model 5 and 6 voted on?
Seeing some thumbs up, Fazelle, when you said 4, 5, and 6.
Okay, so we'll put up all 3 of those options for everybody.
Okay. So that should just take a moment. Peggy, did you have another note while we wait for the poll?
Current fees are about 1,000. Is that correct?
About that. 990.
So people know, you know, the difference between 2.5% and 3% 5 years out is about $30 a year.
That puts it sort of into perspective.
Thank you for that,
Doesn't-
Peggy.
Doesn't really. The problem is that the fees are currently just under $900 with over tax over $1,000. That's the magic number that people start to balk at. At the point you put that number, even by a couple dollars over the 1,000 range, I think you're going to get some pushback on it. That's my issue with it, is the perception. I understand the math. I understand it's not a big dollar amount, but the math is the part that I think the opticians are going to, the registrants are going to see.
This kind of stuff.
I've listened to this conversation and I've heard from people who I fully respect, and I get where we need to go with this, but I mean, I know it's only $30, but it's a number that will cause some push.
Okay, Robert, did you have something to add before we do the poll?
Are we discussing this before the poll, or are we just waiting for the poll? Do I have a minute? How many percent of our members pay for their dues themselves, and how many are billed out to their corporations or their employers, number one? And the other thing is that when I look at a check, I look at my bottom line. So we're already over $1,000. So I think that is sale. That is sales.
So if I can just chime in, Rob, when
On
we
the first
do,
point?
yeah, when we do circulate this to the registrant base, we are going to be doing a Survey Monkey. One of those questions will be that question of how many are paying or get their fees reimbursed by their employer. So that will be in the survey, and we'll have that data for you.
Thank you. It shouldn't matter on the outcome. I mean, we need what we need.
Right. And
Carolyn,
yeah, sorry.
just wanted to check in on the poll.
And sorry, I'm getting a message that's saying, well, that I'm logged in from another device and my polling session isn't active. So I just messaged Emma to see if she could pull up the poll, because I created it and I saved it.
We are actually seeing it, Carolyn, right now.
Oh.
And it looks like some folks are starting. Can everyone see that? Maybe thumbs up.
The poll is incorrect. It's
Yeah,
got
it says
Model 5 and Model 5.
Model 5.
Yes. Yeah.
So
we should,
subliminally, we're trying to tell you.
Well,
Mom.
trying to tell me to go to Model 5.
Sorry.
Yeah, if we could do a quick fix to that poll. Kevin, did you have a last comment before the poll fix?
Just a quick comment. If we're going to do a Survey Monkey for the registrants, would it be possible to add a question regarding if they got any sort of pay increases tied to the cost of living? So maybe we can see if people actually salaries are going up as well, not necessarily as a per amount, but per percentage, if that would be possible.
Yeah, we could definitely ask. We'd have to put a thing of don't want to share type of thing. But yeah, we can put something like that.
Okay, Carolyn, I just want to check in. I know we're getting close to our lunch hour break, and I don't want us to be eating into that time. Did we have an opportunity to fix the poll?
I think Emma's working on it, right? So Emma, do you want to put this poll down and relaunch?
Sarah, if I might jump in here, I've been listening attentively and observe what's been transpired here. It's amazing to see the level of energy in discussion that this topic has arise to. It's so wonderful. The energy level.
Thank you, Omar.
Excellent.
Thank you, Omar, for that feedback to the board in terms of the participation on this conversation. So I'm seeing a poll again. I'm still seeing an error in the poll. Is everyone seeing that as well? Is that what you're seeing?
Yeah. Emma, can you chime in, just verbally let us know what's happening?
Yeah, sorry, I've never done a poll in Zoom before. So
okay.
Just what do we need for the options here?
So it should say Model 4, Model 5, and Model 6. It currently says Model 5 and Model 5.
So who created that poll? Was that Carolyn? Because if it is, that means it's working for you.
Sorry, so I created it and I saved it, but for some reason it's not letting me do anything else. So
yeah. Okay. Okay, let's just go old school here.
Okay.
And get a show of hands.
Do you want to start? So let's start with Model 4. If you
can we have the numbers in front of us again, please?
Okay.
Sure. You want to share the screen? Okay. And then if you do have your hand up, if you want to just put your hand down before we vote. Dorina, we haven't had an opportunity to hear from you. Did you have a quick thing to add before we started to vote?
Yes, I wanted to know precisely if there is no way in this budget to show that we're in a different financial position to not even have included in the poll number 3, model number 3, that will actually be the most reasonable increase, in my opinion. I see the deficit created by model number 1 and model number 2, but I think we are saving great amount of money by not participating in person to these meetings, and I think that should cover a lot of our expenses. So I think model number 3 should be part of this with another review of our budget.
Okay, any opposition to adding model 3 to the list of options for folks? Okay, so maybe in the interest of time, I'll have folks lower their hands and we'll get into the voting. So Peggy and Dorina, if you just want to lower your hands.
Quick question. Is the budget or the projections, do they include all in-person meetings, or are they still hybrid?
So good question. So Peggy, what we've done is we've factored based on the board's direction to us in the fall that they wanted to have one in person and the rest virtual.
We're still assuming that for 5 years from now.
Yeah. So if all of a sudden changes,
that are built in. Okay.
Yeah. So the budget's actually been adjusted for that variable. So if the board decides they want to go back to in person, it's going to change that to the negative. So we've tried to nip and tuck as much as possible.
Just it's not a buffer that's available to us. It's
it's right to the wire. Yeah. So why don't we do that, Sarah? We'll get you to start with maybe scenario 3, 4, and 5.
That's right. So, and I'll get you to hold your hands up so we can actually do that count. So for those recommending model 3, if you could put your hand up.
Which is 1.5%.
Okay, and those recommending, so you can put them down, those recommending model 4.
Do we still need that screen share up? Would that help?
Yeah, let's pull the screen share back up just so folks can see. Okay, thank you. You can put your hands down. Those recommending model 5. Okay, I'm seeing about 6 hands. And those recommending model 6. Okay, so thank you, everyone. You can put your hands down. So
I think, can we just double check model 5 again? I counted 7 hands. I just want to make sure that we have the right numbers for that.
Let's see another show for model 5. So if you voted model 5 the first time, try to vote it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, 6, 7. Yes, you're right, Amy. Thank you. Ned, I missed you down. You're at the lower part of my boxes here. Okay, so the way that polling came out was that model 3 had 1 vote, model 4 had 1 vote, model 5 had 7, and model 3 had 6. Model 6 had 3. So let's then just do a quick, and I think we can get rid of this shared screen now. Can we see a fist of 5 for all folks who are comfortable moving forward with model 5? So it doesn't have to be, again, what you chose, but can you live with it? And let's see, I just want to make sure I can see everyone's hands here. Dorina, I'm just missing yours. Okay, so Dorina, you're still at a 3. Anything that would get you to that 4?
Well, there is not good justification to go to such an increase because opticians are making awfully low wages. So I don't think I'm an optician too. So here I am an optician at this question. And then I cannot.
Dorina, you've got to have your regulator hat on at this decision.
So I'm going to put my regulator hat, and I understand inflation, but I'm still opting for whatever is the minimum necessary to go on.
And just a reminder for folks that this isn't a final decision on the fee, but this is really a decision to put this forward to stakeholder feedback. Okay, I'm still seeing some folks with their hands up. Fazelle and Amy, so we don't have a full consensus here. We do have a majority moving forward with that recommendation.
So I
Thoughts
think
on next steps?
I think maybe just put a motion forward to recommend going to market with the 2.5 for stakeholder feedback and see what happens.
Stephen, did you want to put forth that motion?
Sure. Do we have a mover to motion ahead that we move ahead with the 2.5 increase out for feedback from the marketplace?
So moved.
Henry, seconder?
Tanya?
Tanya, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Not
Just
seeing,
abstain.
okay, one opposed,
No,
And the-
abstain.
No, Jarina's
You're-
going to
abstaining,
Abstain?
okay, one abstaining, and the motion carries.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for a very robust conversation. Omar noted the passion and engagement by the board on these matters, so we greatly thank you. We're going to now give you some time to refuel. So we're going to take a lunch. A reminder during that lunch to mute yourselves, turn your videos off. We will put a timer up. We're going to take about an hour and we'll be resuming back at 1 o'clock. So enjoy, everyone.
Sarah, are you there?
I am, yep.
Did I get recorded as a positive for that? Because I was a little slow raising my hand.
I believe so. I can check in with the team. Oh, I see Amy.
You did,
coming
yes,
on.
Peggy. Yeah, we
Okay.
noted 11 in favor and 1 abstention.
Okay, good. It's just somebody said against as my hand was sort of there and I went, oh,
No problem.
okay.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you,
Good
Peggy.
lunch.
Enjoy. You too.
Um, Hmm. Hmm.
Okay. So welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you had a great lunch. See, folks are starting to come back and turn their videos on. I note that we still have the recording paused, so just a note. Perfect, there we go. And of course, the live stream has continued. In the interest of time, we're going to jump straight back into the agenda. The first item on the agenda is the board monitoring system policy report, and that's going to be led by Stephen Kinsella. But I'm going to pass to Amy first just to give a little bit of context.
Thank you so much, Sarah. So we have come to the end of one full cycle of the board taking on this process of self-monitoring 8 key policies from the governance manual. So as many of you might be aware by this point, at every board meeting now, you are hearing from one board member on one of the 8 policies. So over the course of 2 years, there's a report being given on each one of them. And this is so that the board is making sure that not only is it passing and approving the policies in the manual and regularly checking and updating them as you already did earlier this morning, but that you're actually checking in and making sure that the board is fulfilling the commitments that are set out in those policies. So at the end of the year, we had a number of volunteers sign up to present these reports for the 2023 calendar year. So you're going to be hearing from Steve in a moment. These reports are presented for information, but it's an opportunity for board members to raise any concerns or to identify any processes or things that could potentially change in order to improve how things are operating. So keep that in mind as you hear from Steve. And if you have any questions, they will be addressed so that we can figure out what the appropriate next steps might be.
Wonderful, thank you, Amy. So with that, we'll pass the floor to you, Stephen.
Thanks, Sarah. Thanks, Amy. And there's 5 criteria that we looked at, or I looked at, regarding the board monitoring system policy 4-25. And the first one was that the board is committed to a thorough review and evaluation of monitoring reports and to providing useful feedback to the CEO. When I looked at the evidence and going back and reviewing the minutes for the past year, I found that all policies brought forward for review in 2022, and the board provided feedback on each and every report, and they voted in favor of which was recorded and passed by motions. I found there was no deficiencies at all, and that there was full compliance met in that category. Item number 2. I looked at the evidence that was the registrar presented monitoring reports, which were discussed, voted on, and passed by motions and recorded. And I found no deficiencies whatsoever, and I full compliance on criteria number 2. Criteria number 3, monitoring of the registrar CEO is considered synonymous with monitoring organizational performance. The registrar presented evidence reports that which were measurable and reasonable interpretations, and the board accepted them. The board monitors its own performance through the registrar. I found no deficiencies and no recommendations, and I found full compliance to that category. Category 4, the board will record in the board meeting minutes and the outcome of its evaluation of each report as to whether the registrar CEO policy interpretation is reasonable, as to whether the evidence provided demonstrates policy achievement. And I found that the minutes provide proof that the board monitored the performance of the CEO and achieved this policy. I found no deficiencies or recommendations, and there was full compliance. And lastly, each year by January and February, the board will conduct a formal annual performance evaluation summary for the registrar CEO. And I found that the board fulfilled this policy and reviewed it in detail of the performance of the CAO and was passed. And there was no deficiencies or recommendations, and there was full compliance. And that's what I found on my subsequent investigation of this matter. And I want to thank Amy so much for providing all the necessary background and material for me, and her computer technology far outweighs mine. Thank you again, staff.
Thank you, Stephen. Any feedback, questions, or comments for Stephen on this report? Okay, not noting any questions or comments. So thank you for that report, Stephen. So this is a monitoring report. It does not require a motion. So with that, we can move on to our next agenda item. So we're going to invite Amy Stein, the Deputy Registrar, to take us through the status of the 2022 Board Action Plan. Go ahead, Amy.
Thanks very much, Sarah. Okay, so around this time last year, the board held a strategic working session where you take a look at the results of your own self-evaluation and the self-evaluations for all of the committees. And you put together a list of action items. So today I just wanted to bring you back to that plan and show you where things are at, because pretty soon you are going to be going through the same process for 2023. So we have it up on the screen now. You'll see the majority of the items that were identified by the board this time last year have been complete. There are a few that are in progress, so I'll just take you through those ones just so you can see where they're at and perhaps what the next steps are looking like. So with respect to governance reforms, and in particular, the role and composition of the Finance Committee, this is one of the potential governance reforms that the board has identified to have the governance committee look into. Last year, the governance committee was prioritizing the project to reduce overlap between the board and committees. So this is certainly on their radar. And that is something that the governance committee is planning to explore this year in 2023. Any questions on that before I move on to the next item?
Not seeing any.
Okay, great. So exploring additional training and mentorship for new board members. So there was some additional training that was held in February 2022, and then again in January of this year on things such as the virtual boardroom and submitting expense reports. But we are still working on formalizing a mentorship program for new board members. So I know this is an ongoing discussion, and it's come up once again in some of the self-evaluation materials you're going to be looking at. So this is absolutely on the radar, and I think we're expecting to have some good discussions on how that is going to be shaping up. Any questions on that?
Omar.
Go ahead.
I have a question, Amy, but I hope it's related to this in some way. I know the college have invested a lot of resources have been placed into training members in governance, generally speaking. The bigger question for me is, are these training being effective? Has the college has any way in measuring whether this training has been effective? We are learning, the board is learning, new members are taking notes of it, and they're implementing this training into our meetings per se.
Great question, Omar. So I think there's two ways that the board is checking in with itself and making sure that these changes are bearing some fruit. The first is your annual self-evaluation process. So we monitor the scores year over year to see how those are changing and shifting, and the comments that are coming back on that. So that's an internal look. Then for the first time in 2022, the board also engaged a third party to perform an external assessment of the board's effectiveness. So those are the results of both of those from this year are going to be reviewed by the board in your next strategic working session, which is tomorrow. So I think there's some mechanisms in place to make sure that these aren't just sort of happening in one corner and then not being checked in on. So hopefully that will be useful to be reviewing the results of all of that in the coming days.
That answer your question, Omar?
Yep, certainly.
Okay.
Great. So then there's two more in progress items on this list. If we can just scroll down, because one is on first page, one's on the second page, but they are interrelated. So I'll just speak to both of them together. So there's two more governance reforms that the board identified last year as being items that they wish to see the governance committee do some work on and report back. The first is exploring sunsetting electoral districts. In other words, changing from a system of districts to some other system of identifying eligibility to stand for election. And then there was also sunsetting potentially one professional board member seat. So potentially eliminating, there are currently 8 seats for opticians, exploring what it would mean to go down to 7. So those are also on the list for governance committee this year. Again, last year they were focused on the reduction of overlap. So some of these projects, when they were identified by the board, this was with the knowledge that it's a lot to bite off in a single year. So these are slated for this year to see how the priorities will shape up, and progress will be made on those items. Any questions on that?
Any questions for Amy? Not seeing any. Go ahead, Amy.
Well, that takes me to the end of my updates. So I'll turn it back over to you,
Super.
Sarah, in case there's any general questions or
Okay.
any other comments.
Any general comments, feedback from the board for Amy? Yes, go ahead, Robert. Oh, just muted.
We mentioned that we were going to be putting forth a new action plan. When will we be discussing that?
Tomorrow.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. Thank you, Amy, for that summary. So with that, I'm going to pass on to Fazal Khan, the registrar and CEO, who will present the registrar's reports for us now.
Okay, so perfect. Okay, I'll do the registrar's report. I forgot we're doing 5.1 at the very end. Okay, so I'm just going to pull that up on my own screen. Sorry, just bear with me 1 second. Okay, so not anything out of the ordinary to report out on. Similar format to what I do usually. Remote operations wise, we have moved to a different phase where we have we were having staff coming in on 2 sort of self-directed days when their teams were meeting. We have moved to now 2 fixed days where everyone's required to be into the office, so that we have a forward-facing open presence for registrants, patients, any type of repair people. So Tuesdays and Wednesdays, everyone's in the office. That day, those 2 days are pretty hectic with cross-team collaborative meetings and the management team meeting with each of the respective departments. So far that's been going very well, and it's been received well by staff. Government relations wise, we continue to meet with our government relations people every 2 weeks. And lately there've been a lot of things, initiatives from the government that had been talked about in February and has kept us busy. And the government relations firm has been very instrumental in helping us navigate those issues. As far as the Ministry of Health, the College Performance Measurements Framework, that's a tool that we are now, I think, working on our 3rd report. So it's due quite soon this spring. So all the departments are gathering data for that. That's a tool that is being used by all the colleges for the ministry to gauge performance across all 26 regulators. Right now, I think what is of front and center for us, which is on a very condensed timeline, is the temporary emergency class circulation that we're doing. So the government has required that all colleges have an emergency class by July of 2023, so in very short order. So we have had registration work on that, and we have put it out for circulation so that we can bring it back at a special board meeting in April, and hopefully look at all the feedback and get that approved. It is tied to our registration regulation that's with the government for the past few years. So there's a lot of ifs and not buts, but just a lot of ifs going on there. So we are sort of navigating that water very carefully. We did send out some information to the board about this new as of right legislation that was being spoken about in early February. So right now, from the direction that we're seeing it going, there's about 4 colleges that are mainly going to be impacted by this. We aren't part of it. It's mostly professions that work together in a hospital setting, nurses, physicians, respiratory therapists, and medical laboratory technologists. So currently, that's not going to have any major impact on us. We had the opportunity to meet with the new Assistant Deputy Minister, Dr. Karima Velji. That was, I think, a really good meeting. We got to introduce who the college was, what type of things we're working on. We received some quite nice accolades that we were working well as far as our governance initiatives, and that we, had a very positive perspective going on. So I was happy with the way things went. Dr. Velji is very focused on health human resources, or what we're now throwing the acronym around HHR. So Dr. Velji was specifically brought in by the minister to look at the shortage of healthcare workers in Ontario in various sectors. So our efforts that we're expending on looking at dealing with the supply of opticians was very well received. External relations wise, things are heating up. We're going into our spring season, so we've got many different events, most of them all in person. So starting off with actually tomorrow night, we are going to be attending the Seneca College Trade Show. March 26th, the AOE is having a trade show and continuing education day. So we'll have a booth at that. April 19th to 21st, the registrar, deputy registrar, chair and vice chair will be away at national meetings. April 23rd is the Ontario Opticians Association CE and Trade Show, which we'll be at. The national examinations in Ontario are going to be in June as opposed to end of May. And so they're happening on the 9th to 11th. And that'll be at Seneca College. And we expect our fall session to be at Georgian College. And then April 3rd to 5th is a CLEAR regulatory conference. Space planning wise, we continue to passively look at what's happening in the marketplace. We did enter into some discussions with the College of Physiotherapists, I believe, who had quite a large space that they were looking to sort of find a new purpose for, possibly even as a space sharing concept. So we've been looking at all those things that didn't quite get off the ground. There wasn't enough interest in that, but we continually look, even though we have 5 years left on the lease, we're continually looking at alternate space plans, just so we have all the options in front of us for budgeting. So that is my registrar's report.
Wonderful. So thank you for that, Fazal, and we'll open the floor to questions and comments. And I see, Henry, you have your hand up.
Yeah, Fazal, just a curious question.
Yes, sir.
Are there ever trade shows or anything going on in Southwestern Ontario?
Southwestern Ontario, that is a great question.
Like London, for example.
Yeah. The most that we've been invited out to, the association at one point was running shows out in Ottawa in the fall, but we haven't seen any events anywhere else in the province. We are keen to sort of hitch our wagon if there is an event to go out and have a booth and speak to the registrants, but typically it's just unfortunately been Toronto and Ottawa that we've been seeing the main show activity.
Okay, and then a follow-up question to that. Is there a shortage of opticians in Ontario? And if there is, how's the public relations working?
So that's a very excellent and loaded question. So there was an event that the college, I think our college was instrumental in putting on in the fall, where we gathered regulators, educators, associations, and industry people to talk about whether there was a perceived shortage or not. This was an exploratory meeting, and I think we have to gather data on this for sure. The other discussion is there a shortage that the public is perceiving, or is there a shortage that industry is perceiving? And they might not be one and the same. There could be a situation where we're having an oversaturation of stores. So To that end, we are looking at doing another survey of the public, just like we did for the strategic planning a couple of years ago, to try to assess the demand for optical services in rural areas, in urban areas. And we've been in talks with the same, I think it was Leger Marketing that we had used in the fall of 2021, about commissioning either a provincial or a national survey where we can actually assess demand provincially as well. And we'll be talking about that at our national meetings with our national counterparts. So we are actively looking for data.
Okay, thank you for that, Faisal. Peggy.
On that, I'm just wondering, when you're saying who feels it, whether the optometrists feel it, because of the overlap where you can get your glasses and your contacts from your optometrist. And if they're being burdened isn't the right word, but if they're spending time doing that and then they don't have time for doing the eye exams, the pinch might be felt there if there aren't enough opticians, or that optician services aren't being delivered. Oh, Derek's got a comment to that, so I want to hear it.
Technically for optometry, the dispensing of eyewear is something that they can delegate to anybody. They don't require an optician to do the job. So they can actually dispense that under their license. Opticians, we cannot delegate that particular aspect. So I would suggest that optometry is probably not feeling a particular pinch in that area. In fact, they might like us to go away completely.
Okay, any other questions, feedback for Faisal with respect to the registrar's report? Dorina?
Just want to, not necessarily a question, but a little clarification on your last part where you said that you're looking at locations and you were speaking to physiotherapists. I'm not sure in relationship to the previous meeting last year on a similar report, whether we are interested in getting somebody in our space or we are interested in going in somebody else's space.
I think we're actually, aside from the boardroom, I think as far as administrative space, we're kind of tight. So physiotherapists had, I think, a space that's about almost 3 or 4 times larger than ours. So it made sense for them to look at having people enter their space. With our footprint, we're a little tight, aside from the boardroom not being used all the time. The staffing space is utilized fully. So we don't really have room for space sharing.
So us moving there, not
correct.
Right. So that is a sort of a subletting concept, right?
Well, we would be, the concept would be to sort of like what they are doing in BC, like a hub where they have a few regulators sharing a larger space and some common resources.
So to forecast this into the budget, wouldn't this be in the advantage of us having resource left to the budget to actually have a little bit of free money from this huge rent that we now pay?
So there's actually not a huge differential between the proposal we saw between what we pay in rent and what we could share space. The lease is fixed. We have another 5 years. So we're not going to see any relief on rent until that period's over. So it really won't impact the forecasting that we put in front of everybody this morning.
Unless it's some force majeure situation.
Yeah, typically we go conservative.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dorina.
Okay, Peggy, I'm going to give you the last comment before we move on to the next reports.
Would it be a logistical nightmare to rent out the offices on Thursday and Friday if staff is in on Tuesday and Wednesday?
We could get into those things. It would be a little bit of a logistical thing because there's certain files and things like that. It would take a complete revamp of turning these into hoteling stations. And there's a lot of confidential materials that are around the office. So it'd be a little bit of a work to do that.
Tossing out the idea, but thinking that could be
Yeah,
difficult
we're looking at all possibilities.
when you leave your desk, right?
And I'd have to clean up my desk every night. No, just kidding. Okay.
Hey, thank you. Derek, did you have a quick comment or question?
Nothing important. Don't worry about it.
Okay, thank you, Derek. Okay, so thank you to Fazal for those reports. We are going to continue on with the rest of the reports now. And Fazal, I believe I'm going to get you to kick this piece off.
Yeah, typically I don't say much at the beginning of this part here, and you look at the meeting reports as a bit of an omnibus approach. I did want to say a few words this time around. So if you've gone through your reports, you'll see that there are a bit more in the way of graphics that have been included. And so what we've been working on since, well, mostly like quite a bit of the fall and since the last time we met is part of your monitoring. I know that when I look at monitoring and things like that, I like to see information really quickly and kind of get a bit of a health check of what's going on. And I like pictorial demonstrations of where the needles are moving. So what I was hoping for was add some graphics to each of the reports with comparables. And so in certain departments, we've talked about, for instance, registration. There are certain things that happen in, Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. And we'd like to be able to, as we're gathering data, give you a snapshot of what's happening in each department, including when we have enough data, give you a comparison of where it was last year at the same time. So that you can kind of see, for instance, in quality assurance, this time last year, we had accredited so many modules of education, and they happened to be, maybe a lot in contact lenses and not enough in glasses, or a lot in professional growth and not as much in other areas. So what we're trying to do is gather statistics that might be interesting to you, and as a board that's charged with monitoring for risk and other things like that, give you the information that hopefully you need, kind of like the dials on a car, just to see, are we running on fumes? Are we trending? We're going to need a fill up soon. These kind of things year to year, plus also get an idea of workflow. We did the pull for portfolios. We're like 25% through, we're 50% through, kind of giving you an idea of where we're pacing and stuff. So we met with each department quite a bit to find out what kind of statistics they have, what would be interesting for the board and relevant for the board. And we've tried to create the first run of our dashboards, as we call them. So they're all included. Hopefully you have found them to be interesting. We are happy to take input as to this was great, but this would be more interesting, or this would be more useful. We can take a bit of it, here in this forum, and then we're happy to hear it offline as well. And then we'll keep tweaking it a little bit, but hopefully you like the concept. Your reports and the written part are still there, but we're trying to have the graphics to support it. So hopefully you have seen it and gotten something out of it.
Great. Thanks, Fazal. We have a question just from Robert.
Thank you very much. This is all great information. What I was hoping for is like next year we can get a handle on timelines for everything. So if we keep track of how long the registration process takes now, and that next year we could use that as a baseline and we can compare. So suddenly the RegCom committee, I'll pick on my own committee, goes from taking 8 days to 80 days, red flags show up, or if we go from 80 days to 10 days, what do we do different and how do we improve everything? Because I think timeliness is also part of all those reports.
Absolutely, Rob. Like some data we just don't have yet. Registration, we had data like year to year, how many people renewed, how many people didn't renew. So we try to display that, but 100% what you're staying on progressive files, I totally agree.
Like next year, we can probably get a better handle on it because last year we didn't keep a lot of stats. So Thank you.
I think I saw Derek's
Derek.
So with some of those reports, the committee reports and stuff like that, I know that QA did a major overhaul when we had the technology coming with the portal that actually was able to do an amazing job of streamlining some of our process and making it much more timely. Is that something that we're looking at applying to the other committees? I mean, is that something where we can use an email system of that sort to speed stuff up, or is it also required registered letters?
So for the most part, everything's electronic mail.
Okay.
And there's certain things wherever we can find a process that we can tie to our database to create efficiencies and less steps. We're working on that in the background. And if there's certain information that you want, we're going to make sure that the database is built to either query it or collect it. So just flag for us anything that might be of interest in doing your job as a board for risk monitoring.
I just remember that once I'm going to pick on Rob's committee because it's Rob's committee and what the heck, he started it. I just remember that back when I was involved with it once upon a time, I mean, there was a long, lengthy process of timelines to do everything. Is that something like we could speed up with technology, or are we already speeding up with technology?
Some of it is legislative, some of it is processes. I think there's certain things where there's active discussions with the chairs going on about things that may be repetitive and come out the same way every time, and maybe have those things given to staff to do, where if it's not discretionary, and if it's black, it's white, if it's white, it's red, and the results are the same.
We've done that in a few committees.
Don't bring it to committee because it adds time to meet. So I think like Rob is looking at that for sure at his department. Right?
There's several things that we've looked at. That is one of them, getting things approved. And we've also we've had this discussion. We're trying to get our files moved, so we're looking at them every 2 to 3 weeks rather than whenever there's a meeting, because it's not fair for people to wait 3 months for a reinstatement when everything's a green flag. So we're trying to step it up, and hopefully we're still working on the logistics, but we think, Anna and I think that we can move everything forward quite a bit faster, significantly faster, most things.
And to keep on the mandate, it's not in the public interest for us to be tying up those things either. The public needs to have us reacting to that stuff much quicker.
Not in anybody's interest.
Okay, excellent. So then, Fazal, if there's no other questions, we can move on to the department spotlight.
Yeah, if I can take 1 second. We do have some of the team members on, the cameras are off, but are there any questions? Because we do have to approve the committee reports afterwards. Are there any questions to any of the individual reports or comments or any wish lists from any department about what you're seeing as far as the information displayed? And if you can't think of anything right now, no pressure, because we will circle back on the exit survey tonight or tomorrow and re-ask you that question if you have time to think about it. If you have any comments, we'll capture it in the survey. Okay, so barring that, Sarah, as you had alluded to, one other thing that we'd like to institute at our meetings is to do a spotlight on one department at a time per board meeting on who's involved in the department, who are the supporting staff, what's their mandate, because there'll be people on the board, for instance, that aren't on a certain committee and might be wondering what that committee does and who does it. So I think we're starting with registration, I believe. So yes,
That's right.
I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, super. So we're going to turn it over now to Anna Jeremian to introduce the staff from her department and to provide an overview of the day-to-day running of that department. So Anna, maybe I will pass the torch to you.
Thank you, Sarah. Hi, my name is Anna, and I'm the manager of the registration department here at the college. I have been with the college for the past 4 years and worked in professional regulation since 2006, both health and non-health. Our department deals with all matters related to registration, which include initial registration, renewal and reinstatement of certificates of registration and renewal of certificates of authorization for optician with professional corporations, administration of national examinations, and registration committee support. We also provide annual reports to the government on fair registration practices, and I'm very pleased to share with you that based on the historical performance review of our college, last year we received a full compliance status from the Fairness Commissioner. Additionally, we provide quantitative information on an annual basis to the Ministry of Health for their health professions database to support their health human resources planning and research. Last year, we were able to significantly improve the quality of our provided data as we updated our queries and filtering processes to find and report data that previously have been unknown. A little bit of demographic information about our registrant base. As of December 31st, 2022, we have 3,216 opticians registered in the college, with 42% being male and 58% being female registrants. Age-wise, 44% of our registrant base falls into the 45 to 64 age group. 42% are between 25 and 44 years of age. 8% are over 65 and 6% are under 25 years old. This year, we will be providing you with quarterly dashboards, as Fazal mentioned, which will give you an overview of the department metrics. The dashboards you received in your package this time focused on renewal statistics, a year's view of exams, and new registrations. In quarters 2 and 3, we will update you on the number of registrants, quarterly and year-to-date, exam applications, as well as prior learning assessments and out-of-province applications. With that, I would like to turn it over to Emma, our registration coordinator, who will give you some highlights of the project she is working on.
Before Emma jumps in, maybe Anna, you can give us an idea of who from your team is here.
So I have here Emma, who is our registration coordinator, Irina, who supports her also as a registration coordinator, and Noreen, who is our new addition. She was hired on a contract as a receptionist and supports the renewals.
Perfect.
Emma, now over to you.
Yeah, hi, I'm Emma. I'm one of the registration coordinators at the college. I've been in my role here since November 2021. Prior to that, I was an admissions coordinator working with nationally registered and international applicants at Chartered Professional Accountants of Ontario. So I support our day-to-day and recurring operations that Anna touched on, like registration and renewal questions from our registrants, processing registration, reinstatement, contact lens mentor applications and renewal applications, as well as preparing files for the registration committee and drafting decisions from those meetings. So a couple highlights of interest from 2022. We've seen an increasing interest from internationally trained opticians and optometrists who want to become opticians in Ontario. So they go through the prior learning assessment and recognition process. And last year we had 19 files opened compared to 13 in 2021 and 11 in 2020. So all of these files are carefully assessed and brought to our registration committee to determine their next steps. And we do our best to reduce barriers for them while protecting the public and ensuring their qualifications meet our standards. More recently, the Ministry of Health, as I'm sure you know, proposed an amendment to the Regulated Health Professions Act that included a requirement to respond to registration applications within 15 days of receipt and issue a decision within 30 days of receipt of a complete application. And I'm happy to let you know that our team was already meeting those timelines before the amendment was issued. And to ensure we continue to meet those timelines and collect information on the process, we also updated our database to collect information on our response and decision times. And we're collecting and logging that information as we go to make sure everyone keeps receiving prompt responses. Now I will pass it off to Irina.
Hello, everyone. My name is Irina, and I'm also the registration coordinator here at the college. I started at the college in November 2021. I was previously with the Insurance Institute of Canada as an examinations program coordinator. So along with managing the renewal project, I also assisted with processing incoming intern, RO, and reinstatement applications, as well as contact lens mentor applications, letters of standing, and answering any general queries from our registrants and applicants. The 2023 renewal season marked the 5th anniversary of photo updates for 1/3 of our registrant base who needed their photos updated, badges printed, and mailed. This large photo update project came in conjunction with our regular renewal season. In anticipation of this large volume, targeted reminder emails were sent to members with expiring photos that included an instructional video on how to upload their photos on the portal. I was responsible for devising a streamlined mailing process by pulling relevant weekly lists from our database, printing badges in batches, and planning ahead for our pre-stuffing large numbers of envelopes. The renewal mailout was successfully completed by early February of 2023. In addition to that, I also assisted with the large call and email volume during the renewal and supported registrants with their renewal-related questions, including technical troubleshooting, photo and insurance uploads. I will now turn it over to Noreen.
Hello, my name is Noreen. I joined the team in November of last year as a receptionist to assist with the yearly renewal project. As Raina mentioned, this year we had to concurrently tackle two large projects, the registration renewal and badge replacement. Introducing some process improvements allowed us to complete the mailouts in a timely manner, despite the unusually high volume. For example, I was able to program the postage machine in a way that reduced the time and manual labor associated with envelope preparation. Or during the early renewal phase, I managed to pre-stuff around 2,000 envelopes with decals and lanyards, which made it possible to mail out the decals and badges as soon as the registrants completed their renewal. In addition to the high volume of mailouts, there was an increase of incoming calls and emails, averaging about 40 a day. I was able to assist many registrants by restoring their access to the portal and guiding them on how to upload their proof of insurance or their photos.
Thank you very much, team. Does the board have any questions?
Okay, thank you very much. Derek, I saw that you had your hand up.
I know, surprise, right? I always have my hand up. So given, I mean, first off, the whole team, that sounds like quite the workload and it's incredibly impressive and nice job on everybody. To make matters more challenging, I'm going to ask, we've been having a focus in the last few years on DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusivity training. I know we all know what that is. Has that been applied to the registration program? And does I know, Anna, you were giving us a variety of statistics on what we have, and I know we can't technically ask certain questions, but is our demographic reflective of the national or the provincial, I guess?
It is, yes. So we there were some suggestions made from the government as to demographically how to expand the data collection. We have been collecting some, but not all. Amy will probably have a better idea where we stand in terms of long-term plan. I know that when I spoke about age, not age, but the gender, I only mentioned male and female, but we have a possibility of reporting more genders than the two. This year, when approving applications, I saw some variety in that aspect. Last year, I'm bringing you a number from last year. Well, last year, we didn't have those numbers. People were not reporting. In terms of the policy work, this is always part of the vision of the registration committee. Last year, we embedded everything into all the policy work that was done and decisions that were made. Every briefing note includes the diversity, inclusion, and equity considerations, as well as public interest considerations.
So you mentioned that the government had provided suggestions on information that could be collected, and we've opted not.
Well, not the suggestions, but they asked what we collect in terms of demographic. I think there is a possibility that they may want to see some information on race. But as I said, Amy is involved more in that, and she will be able to provide you with more information on that.
Yeah, Amy?
Yeah, and I won't spend too much time on it because this will come up when we get to item 5.1, which is the new KPIs and targets that we're establishing for the new strategic plan. That's certainly accounted for. So there is an ongoing project about collecting additional demographic information and how we can use that information to identify barriers to entry and potential barriers that are potentially causing people to leave the profession from certain groups more than others. So that project is certainly in the works, and we'll be able to report on that soon.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you, Amy. So a big thanks to Anna and the team for joining us today and sharing that spotlight. Before we approve the reports, I understand Carolyn is going to briefly share with us a piece from the communications report, and then we will move forward with the motion to approve these reports. Carolyn?
Okay, so I just wanted to take a moment and show the board something that we've been working on. Okay. We have been using a plugin to translate our website into French. So currently this is just a soft launch. Excuse me, there are still PDFs that are not translated by the plugin. So this is still a work in progress. We're still working on translating some other pieces, but soon we will be making this accessible from our homepage once further review is completed. This will make it a lot easier for French speakers to find the information that they're looking for, and also for our staff. So I realize I haven't given anyone, there's not tons of time to look through everything at the moment, but does anyone have any general questions about this?
Go ahead, Tanya.
I'm just wondering, is there anybody that works like at the college that is bilingual or that speaks French to assist registrants who may be calling in with questions?
So both Emma and Amy are French speakers. And I think Emma has been doing the majority of answering registration questions in French. Yeah.
And also
Thank you, Tanya.
our new recruit in conduct, Bryn, is also bilingual.
Okay. Thank you, Fazal. Derek.
You mentioned that it was going to be done soon. Do we have like, do we have a government definition of soon, or do we have like a, real people definition of soon?
So I would say within the next few weeks, but with the sort of proviso, like currently where we're translating the DEI jurisprudence module to French, and that hasn't been completed yet. So if we were to launch it right away, there would still be some PDFs that are not translated. So we don't, and we also want to do a little bit more of a review. Like there's some things that are imperfect about the way that this is being translated. So we want to make sure that we have sort of sorted out all of those areas before we launch it.
Okay.
May I say that great job? I mean, that's definitely not government definition of soon. So that's awesome.
Thanks, Derek.
Thanks, Derek. Fazal?
Yeah, I just also wanted to kind of back the truck up a little bit. We've been working at hard translating things into French for a couple of years. So every year we set aside a budget, and we will actually get a French translation company to properly convert certain documents. So most of our registration and applicant facing documents have been converted to French to coincide with the fact that we are also doing French language exams now being held in Ottawa. The plugin that Carolyn is talking about is sort of a quicker way of getting to the finish line, where it's one of those pieces in the background of a website that just almost like Google translates everything to French. The problem with that process, though, is it's not always a perfect translation. So that's that's the piece that we're doing right now, is testing this plugin, making changes or edits to stuff that's not being translated properly. That's kind of critical. But the fact is we have a lot of content already in French, like properly translated through the translation services.
Okay, thank you, Fazal. Darina.
This is a nice democratic initiative, and it should have been done a long time ago. That's great that it's going on. Thanks for doing that. But how many opticians are registered in Ontario, and they're French speakers and that will benefit from this?
That's a great question. Unfortunately, I don't have statistics on the number of French-speaking opticians that we have that are registered with us, but I can find out and get back to you.
And I think you might have some idea, right?
I have a rough idea, but the thing is that, and we had that discussion before, that number is not accurately reflective of whether they do speak English or French, but what they declared on the application. And when we were recruiting opticians for the French exams, we realized that many opticians who do speak French, for some reason, do not disclose it. So we have about close to 10% based on what they declared, but in essence, it's more. And also it will be growing with the inception of the French program at La Cité College in Ottawa. So there is a registration of a new cohort each year, which will increase that membership.
Thanks, but yeah, I just wanted to follow up with the question. Is this going to provide the registrants that are French speaker with the same legislation as we are, or we are seeing different things because of the schooling that they may have had in Quebec and other places, or it's just simply the language translation?
No, they go to school in Ontario, or
Okay, then.
those who have been registered as those who are bilingual, who came before the program in Ontario. I'm not certain where they went to school. I think a lot of them went actually to Georgian College. But this new group, they're not coming from a school in Quebec. They're coming from La Cité College in Ottawa.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Anna. So I'm just looking at the agenda. I do want to make sure that we're cautious to, we still have 5.1 to get to. So I'm just curious as to whether we can move forward, or Peggy, did you have a really quick question?
Dorina actually did a segue into mine, which was legislation, and this is really directed at Amy. It's my understanding the law is in one language or the other, and not a translation thereof. So when we talk about the legislation, I'm assuming it's English for
all laws that apply in Ontario have an official French version as well. So that the law part is easy to provide because that's not us doing the translation. That's done at the government level. However, if we want to provide copies of our standards or policies, et cetera, in French, we need to provide that translation.
Okay, so I'm what I heard is not correct then in terms of one official language for the law.
There are laws in place that say if there's a discrepancy, then they might favor the English as opposed to the French, but the official translations are put out by the Ontario government.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. So Stephen, with that, I'm going to turn to you to take us through a motion on the reports.
Thanks, Sarah. And the motion that we're seeking is to approve the committee reports, communication report, and exam reports as presented. Do I have a mover? Derek, seconder.
Kevin.
Kevin.
All in favor? Anyone against? Carries. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, folks, we're a couple of minutes behind. I'm wondering if we can take a bit of a shortened break, or if folks are okay to stay a couple of minutes later today. Are folks okay to stay a few minutes past if we push the break back a little bit, and then we can shorten the break perhaps to 10 minutes to give us that time on the other side. So it looks like folks are okay. I'm seeing some thumbs up. We wanted to make time for 5.1. And so we've now gotten to that point of the agenda. So this is the Strategic Outcomes Monitoring Report, and I will turn it over to Faisal Khan to take us through this report.
Okay, thank you very much. So I wanted to make sure that we had enough time. This basically, we're starting afresh with a new 3-year cycle, the 2023-2025 cycle. And so what you have in front of you in this briefing note and the attachments is basically a table. The strategies were agreed upon by the board as part of its strategic plan. And then the staff have been working on attaching KPIs to them, overall targets for completion between the 3-year cycle between 23 and to 25. There's a separate column that has sort of the current year, the 2023 goal. And then there's a column that shows evidence and data that gives you some details as to what type of evidence we're going to collect to show that we're actually achieving this outcome. Something new is that we've added a budget line so we can start adding figures once we know what strategies we're going to pursue, what they'll cost so that we can annually budget for it. And then as usual, there's a status column that kind of gives you an update as to where we stand on a quarterly basis. So basically, what we'd like to do is go through this table, check in with you to see what you think. So in the table, sort of in the black line there, like 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, these are all the strategies that the board came up with, or sort of the directions that or goals that the board came up with. Under it are the strategies, again, from the strategic planning session, things like 1.1, it says develop resources for patient. 1.1.2, public education on the role of registered opticians as healthcare providers. Those all came out of our strategic planning session. So the admin team has been looking at attaching key performance indicators and setting targets. So as an example, I'll focus on 1.1, develop resources for patients. The key indicator of success, if we've achieved that, is by demonstrating how many resources or the number of resources produced. So what we were thinking is, and again, when we did this, we also looked at our last 3-year cycle to see what we were comfortably able to put out. So what we're proposing is during this 3-year period, produce 3 resources at a rate of about 1 per year. So for 2023, the goal is to produce 1. Under evidence and things, we'd fill that in later once we actually create them. And once we know what we're creating, we'll have an idea of what it'll cost us. So we've done that exercise throughout for the 3 pillars, the public facing one, the organizational facing one, and the registrant facing one. And basically giving you comments like, we'll hopefully launch the program during this period. What we try to do is we've always been aggressive with our goals, but we're also not going to achieve everything in year 1. So where we aren't dealing with it in year 1, we'll kind of say it'll be developed or it'll be looked at in 2024 or so forth. So in front of you is the opportunity to kind of review this and give us some feedback as to, do you feel we're on the right track? If you do feel we're okay, then we will start attaching budget figures to some of these initiatives. So rather than going sort of line by line, because that'll take forever, hoping that everybody had a chance to take a peek at this and we could maybe go at it as per interest and concern.
Perfect. Thank you, Faisal. And so we'll open it up. And just before we do, a reminder that, again, this is, part of the monitoring report package. So we're really looking at those 2 questions again around, was the registrar's interpretation of the policy reasonable? And did the registrar comply with the policy as reasonably interpreted? Derek, go ahead.
Okay. Reading through that, there's a number of sections where it says we have taken on or hired a consultant to do whatever. Randomly, is that the same consultant for all of the DEI stuff, for example, or is it different consultants for every piece of that?
There's a number of stuff. It's probably spread between 2 to 3.
Okay, because I know there's more than 2 than 3 points. And I was kind of going, tell me we didn't hire a consultant for each chunk, because some of them look like they overlap.
Yeah, some of them actually are in progress with a consultant from before. So we have had different people because they bring different perspectives and
course.
sometimes bring the views of different communities.
Any other comments or feedback for Fazal?
To the question you asked, sorry, I'm just talking out of turn. You asked whether or not
ahead,
the
Jared.
interpretation was correct. I mean, I think that everything I read in this says that the team actually did exactly what we looked for them to do. And I think they've actually captured what we were after very, very well. So I think it's well done.
Thank you, Derek.
Okay. Thank you, Derek. And I'm seeing some thumbs up from some other folks. Any steps taken from anyone's perspective that people are uncomfortable with? No. Okay.
Eric, if
Yeah,
I
go
can
ahead,
chime in for
Fazal.
1 second.
Yeah.
There was some stuff that was put in our parking lot this morning. I think one of them was a comment from Diana about monitoring websites for unauthorized practice. So in here, we have some strategies towards unauthorized practice. Diana, this is where in our work plan, I'll probably try to capture something like that because we were focused very much based on the discussion at Strat Plan on brick and mortar. What's happening there at store level. So I do think you have a valid point about, we've entered a new era where there's opticians who are starting to utilize the internet, and we've got guidelines for them in the standards of practice. They're a few years old now. So I think from a right touch approach, it might be good to maybe integrate some sort of a right touch sort of reach out to give guidance and feedback on how they're doing, because it is new territory. As far as sort of unauthorized use, we could queue that up and maybe as another stage of our unauthorized practice project. So I definitely am going to capture those thoughts in our notes and queue it up.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So with that, why don't we do a test then for consensus showing that folks feel comfortable moving forward with this as presented? Just missing Rob and Peggy. Okay, and Darina. So show 5. Okay, super. So I will then pass to Stephen for our 2 motions.
Thanks, Sarah. And the first motion that we're seeking is that the board approve that the registrar's interpretation of the policy was reasonable. Do I have a mover?
Omar.
Omar?
Okay,
Thank you.
Omar.
Second?
Henry.
Sadair. Henry.
Henry?
Okay.
Thank you. All in favor? Anyone against? Not seeing or hearing any. Carries. The second motion is that the board agrees that the registrar CEO complied with the policy. Do I have a mover?
So Derek.
Derek, second. I see Kevin's
Kevin?
hand. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Carries.
Okay, wonderful. So thank you, everyone. So that concludes our public meeting for the day. So we will be ending the live stream. I think ahead of doing that, we wanted to just do a motion to go in camera for the next section of the agenda. So Stephen, maybe I'll quickly pass to you to do that piece.
Sure. The motion we're seeking is to go in camera under section 7(2)(d) and E of the Health Professionals Procedural Code to discuss a personnel matter and a legal matter. And do we have a mover? Kevin, second.
Peggy?
Peggy. And all in favor? Here, anyone opposed?